Okay, so we should be good. We should be live now, everybody. So hopefully things are looking good on your end. But yeah, we're gonna rock out to some KOF 15. It has been, let's say, a hot minute since a lot of us have played this.
The King of Fighters 15.
Yeah, I've never played it, so.
So for you, this is gonna be exciting. But again, we'll teach you the ropes. Maybe we'll do some training mode first for you, just so you can get a grasp of things, right?
Yeah, man. I mean, it's up to you. We can just go. I'll learn along the way.
Okay.
I might get my ass stomped in a couple games, but it's fine.
But no, okay. Then if you want to go that route, at least we'll point you out to some characters that should be a good fit, at least to try and figure things out to start with, right?
Yeah.
All right. So, but sir, please introduce yourself.
Oh yeah. My name's Spicy Doom on the internet, and I like to play games and I like to party.
Yep. And you do very well with partying, I'll say. Also, thank you for playing Gears of War with me during that time. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
We'll get back on that train at some point, but for now, we're just going to kick back and relax, right?
Oh, 100%.
And we also have somebody else with us right now. Sir, introduce yourself.
What is going on, everyone? I'm the Mad Belmont.
And you have some history with this game a little bit, too, because we've played this together.
Oh, yes. Yes, I got this game at launch.
Yes, you did.
I was playing it with you at launch and played it on and off and mostly off since then.
Mm-hmm. So, we're going to see how it goes going back to this. And I will have someone else join us, too. Goro will be in later, but he has some other things to take care of first.
Goldo!
Mm-hmm. So, why don't we load this up, shall we?
I was in the lab. I was doing some training.
Who have you been messing around with?
I was just like, I chose someone who I've seen before, and I was like, I recognize that character.
Okay.
That's great, though. I already forgot his name.
Okay, so I would say at least pick that person at least as one of your three. So get an idea of things. So room matches then. And we should all mention we're all playing on different platforms. I'm on PlayStation. Mad, you are.
I'm on PS5.
And Spicy.
Oh, I'm on Xbox.
Yeah. This game does have full crossplay, so this was something they built into KOF 15, and this was SNK's first crack at crossplay, which you now see standard in Fatal Fury City of the Wolves, which I can say does work well, but it all started here. If it wasn't for this, we wouldn't have crossplay with their games.
Way to go, fighter.
Yep. But it's nice to start to see crossplay as like a standard.
Yeah.
Which is, I think that should be not just for fighting games, but also just for like multiplayer games in general, right?
100%, dude. Being able to play with like any friend on any platform is amazing.
So let's see here. Invite. So let's see. I'll invite Belmont.
Yes.
You are online, right?
Yeah, well...
I mean, showing
hearing
online.
offline?
Yeah.
But I'm in the game.
Yeah. What was it? The... right?
Yeah.
There it is. Okay. So I have to figure out how to do this with crossplay because...
I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, how do you add these?
Oh, yeah.
See if you can find me.
John.
Yep.
that I know is something that's different since the last time I played this. I'm actually on PS5 now instead of PS4.
So, experience some faster load times and maybe prettier graphics. Taz! Hey, buddy. Haven't seen you in a hot minute. What is up, my man?
Followed you, I believe.
Hang on a minute.
I don't know if you
What's your KOF ID?
It's just spicy too.
Yeah, because I know that's the one thing with this. You have to have a ID, a unique ID for the game.
Yeah. I know, like, when I made it, it was like, it might take a second for people to find you.
Capital S, right?
Capital S and capital D.
There you are, yeah, because I know this is very case sensitive.
Oh.
So, there we go.
Yeah, we found that out the hard way on launch.
Yep, so... And what have you been trying out, my dude?
It's like, what, an hour to get into games on launch day because we can find each other?
Something like that. Okay, just sent you an invite. And there should be a separate list for that to accept it, I believe.
I think I'm doing it right now. Hopefully. It says joining the room.
Okay, so I'm waiting. I'll wait till you're in the room first before we can do anything. Been Bill 6? Tell me about this new stuff you're trying out, Taz. I'm curious. Does it still say you're joining?
It said it failed.
Okay, hang on. Let me try and send it again, okay? Oh, okay. Thought I heard you coming for a second. You gaming ring. Ooh, nice. Okay. Sent an invite. So I think we're gonna have a repeat of before, Mad. We have to figure out how the rules work. Did it not work?
It took us doing the same thing where it just keeps trying to join the room.
Okay, let me make a new room then.
Yeah, it said failed right now.
Or I have an idea. We'll close the room. And Matt, I'm gonna try and send you an invite from within the game itself, okay? Which is more than enough content, dude, Taz. Yeah, like, I got a lot of stuff I could go through, too. Okay, sent you each invites through the game itself. Let's see if that works.
Alright. Invite list.
Okay, so Matt's in. Spicy, no luck?
Yeah, just keep saying try to join the room.
Okay, let's try one more way. I'm not gonna try and send a friend invite. I want you to search for a room number. Okay? So, to do that, when you're at the main menu, go to, I think, Room Match. And then scroll through. You should see an option to say, like, search for a room number, I believe. Did you find that screen?
Yeah, it keeps kind of drawing.
And it's not letting you get in? Yeah, I'd just like to say, restart the game for a second, see what's up.
You gotta love crossplay when it works, you know?
Mm-hmm. I'm glad they changed, like, this kind of system and stuff for Fatal Fury. It's still kind of the same, but it actually works better, I find. But we should, like, when you guys get your hands on Fatal Fury, if you ever do, we'll try it there and then see how that works. But yeah, Taz, that's quite a few games, so you'd have enough to last you a while. Is there one you'd have in mind that you wanted to start with? Also, how's everything looking and sounding? If you guys are noticing issues with the streams, let me know so I can fix it up. But no, man, what have you been playing lately?
Well, I finished up Max Payne 1 and 2 recently.
I saw your tweet about that. Nice.
Yeah, I seen that you saw that.
Because, you know, I played through those not too long ago either on Dead on Arrival difficulty.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that, I say not sarcastically at all. But, yeah, I just got all 3 of them on Xbox consoles, because I have my Xbox One, and all 3 of them are backwards compatible, so, yeah, went and got them all.
May as well play it that way, right?
So I played through 1 and 2, and I'm going to do 3 probably tomorrow, I'd say.
Have fun with that one.
Oh, I will. It'll be the first time since high school that I played it.
And then when you play through, you'll realize, oh well, these are different games.
Yeah.
They take different approaches.
I'll still never forget you getting slaughtered in the comments.
I mean, I'm still gonna stick by my statement about Max Payne 3. It's still good, but it's not great.
If you don't know Spicy, me and him were on a team called the Super Retro Force. We did a video called the worst games in our favorite franchises. He chose Max Payne 3 and got slaughtered by people in the comments for that.
I mean, am I wrong though?
I mean, Max Payne 3 is the only Max Payne game I've played. So.
I know you sat in and watched me play the first 2.
Yeah. Why does this keep happening, bro?
I have an idea. You make a room. We'll join you. How about that?
Let's see here.
You want me to tell you how to do it? Oh, hang on, I closed the room, so... Okay, and you made sure crossplay is on, right? I just gotta ask that dumb question.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if it's not, then that explains everything. Okay, so make a room. Okay, we'll go to room matches. Yeah. Set it to 8 players. The only thing, just make sure to set privacy settings to private ID searchable, okay? Okay. I'm in. Okay.
You can invite people.
Yeah. Hang on. Matt, I'm getting you.
Yep. I'm waiting for the invite.
Okay, so I could join you. You can't join me.
Let's see if he can.
See if I can join here.
I mean, if I can, Matt should be able to as well.
I should be able to, yeah.
There you are.
Yeah, some people were talking about how the crossplay sometimes on Xbox like doesn't work.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to restart the game a lot.
Well, if you host a room, it looks like it works that way, so we can confirm that.
Should I just like start it or
Oh,
something?
hi, Mark.
Oh, hi there. How are you? Hang on a second here. Thank you, Shinky.
One of us has to get into the player 2 slot. Who's it gonna be, John? You or me?
Do you want to go first with me, Spice? Do you want to go with Mad first?
It doesn't matter to me, man.
I'll join in, Mad. Hop into the room. How are you doing, Shinky? So...
Alright, I'm in the queue.
Okay, hang on a minute. Thank you, Shinky. How the hell are you doing, man? Okay, so press X. Or press A. Here we go.
I was like that.
Select members. Put all your skills
Oh.
to the test and show us a battle worthy of legends.
I will say, though, from the couple of loading screens that I've gotten, they are so much fucking faster.
It makes a difference, doesn't it?
It's just like when I play PS2 games, PS1 games, PS4 games on here, the loading times are so much shorter. And I'm like, where was this all my life?
Select stage.
Okay, so where are we going?
It's gonna go random.
Okay.
Nothing will stop this show.
So Kyo, Terry, and Whip. Okay, good choices.
I know 2 of the 3 people
Yeah.
that I chose.
Whip is probably one of the harder ones to start with, but I'm guessing she was your random pick, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Round
Well, here we go. Let's see. Let's just mess around and go. So quarter circle forward does, I think, his fireball, his ground fireball. Or, that's a DP, so that does his uppercut. Yep. And then you can do EX moves if you press both punch buttons and then that input. So if you did the DP, the uppercut there, which I think for you should be right trigger. Yep.
Player 1 won't give up that easy.
Does it feel alright on your end, though? Okay. As long as there's no, like, weird lag or anything like that, because that would be a big problem.
Now or never. Ready? Go!
Oh, you did burn knuckle there. You were about to, sorry. Nice.
And we're tied up. Okay.
So yeah, no, we're just getting back to the swing of things, people, so bear with us.
Round 3. Ready? Go.
Nice dodge for that. Oh, if that connected.
Only their anchor remains.
So I can tell you've been practicing with Terry there a little bit.
That was actually the first time I played him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you were working with Keo then, right?
Yeah.
So that move was good for anti-air. You can change that 3 times. Oh, that wasn't enough to kill.
What a great fight! Mad respect to the winner! Winner!
Hey, fat boys, how's it doing, dude? Thank you for that. I appreciate it. How are you doing? Did that feel okay, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Make sure not to be too rough, that's all. I'll do one with Mad, and then I'm gonna let you two have a match, okay? If I win this one. Mad, ready? I guess we gotta wait for him to reappear. He had to step away for a second.
There's an insane amount of characters in this game.
Yeah, since that's the final roster with the DLC, I think you're dealing with like 62 fighters now. But also with the fact of it being a team game and you need to have 3 fighters, the kind of, I guess, permutations or options you have for team combinations is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know, a double cheeseburger sounds like a great idea. But I could also go for some pizza too. That sounds like a great idea. Mad. I guess we'll have to give him a minute though, but...
No worries.
But yeah, like, so with, at least with the characters you picked so far, I would say Keel's not too bad for a start pick. Terry would be a good choice for a starter pick as well. I'd also go with anyone on Team Art of Fighting, so like Rio, Robert, or King. Because they are, you could say their similar equivalents are Street Fighter for how they play.
Yeah.
Terry is not too bad of an equivalent for that. I'd even go like with the character I had, Yuri. Yuri would be a good choice as well.
Had to make a call for some pizza.
Oh, you ordered food?
Yeah. Okay, let's see here.
Shinky, that wouldn't be very hard. This is literally my first time playing.
全てを映し出す
I don't think I've played a King of Fighters game for a super long time.
Yeah, because I know Shinky rules at fighting games, so.
Select order.
I'm
You're
very
gonna have
bad.
you in the front, you in the middle, you in the back.
Yeah, because that's the other thing with this. Order can matter. I want to go here. Yeah, I disagree with that.
Get ready
You're better than
for
me,
Battle
that's for
of
sure.
Titans.
Shinky, I know you're not in that damn chat calling yourself trash. You're not.
Oh, he is.
始めようか。お見せしまし
行く
ょう。Round 1. Ready? Go! 半月さん半月さん雷神剣せや半月さん
What else can Kim do?
エリチャギ
Yep. Right. I forgot he can do that. It's air.
I was blocking game.
Player 1 takes
Chip
an
damage.
early lead.
Yep. That chip damage gets you, right?
さ
Oh, my character.
あ始めましょ
Round 2. Ready? Go!
Yeah, Mai was the only one that I actually chose. I got the other ones via random select.
Well, Benimaru is also a good pick, I'd say.
うやかの力
Okay then.
半月さん
Right?
Nah, dude, I should have hit you on that one.
KO! Not looking good for player 2. なかなかの
I do feel like they nerfed Kim, though, a bit for this. Because I feel like Kim should be more of a badass, right?
かかってらっしゃい
Wasn't he better when he launched?
Ready?
I heard he was alright, but he was still kind of... He wasn't, like, as good as he was in KOF the whole
Oh,
game.
bro.
Yep.
過剰点
Okay, that is some grade A horse shit.
必殺つなぎ勝ち必殺つなぎ勝ち過剰点
They had
One of us had it.
ムササビの舞ムササビ
There we go.
Will we see a comeback?
日本
Oh, shut up, announcer.
You have to trash the announcer, man.
You trashed me first? What do you expect?
I don't know.
Reach for the top. Ready? Go!
エッジある横な
Damn you and your auto combos.
Yes. I am here to terrorize you with my lack of skill.
Yeah, I know.
ムササビの舞
なしだぜ。
いや過剰点えい実は超ビッグでつなぎ勝ちはあ過剰点必殺つなぎ勝ち必殺つなぎ勝ち過剰点過剰点
KO! Player 1's
Yes, it seems to be like that for now. Alright, let me see how much I screw up here.
Final round. Ready? Go!
ムササビの舞必殺はっえいはっはらうさお
Oh, nice throw.
はらうガチョウ戦
Oh, damn it.
ガチョウ戦
Good way to make waste my damn meter.
はらうガチョウ戦よっ参りますはは必殺勝ちいや
Nope. I tried to pull off my super, but it wouldn't let me do it.
That was a nail biter. Keep an eye on this matchup.
Alright.
手合わせ終わりさあ一緒に飲みに行きましょうしずるちゃん
No pickups. Because I don't think mine would be good at setups. Okay. Spicy and Matt are up.
Select members.
Let's see what we got here. What are you up to tonight, though, Shanky?
About to begin.
Ooh, damn.
Did you leave it up
Okay.
to the fates of random?
Well, for 2 out of the 3.
Select order.
Oh, Rio and Cronin. Joe. Ralph is a good choice. Ralph I do like.
Select stage.
Okay.
I still remember when this game launched.
I like the classical Chinese garden. I think it's one of the best stages in this game.
It definitely is up
For a
there.
Battle of Titans.
It's simple, it's clean.
Dude, Kingdom Hearts.
Kingdom Hearts?
Great reference, by the way.
Mhm.
Round
Right.
1.
Ready? Go. Do a quarter circle back and a punch. I know you have tornado attacks for Joe. If not, just keep going. Figure out stuff as you go. I think it was quarter circle back. I'm gonna have to check that. Half circle forward punch. There you go. So from back to front. But I know Joe has uppercuts, like tiger knee uppercuts. Which you did earlier, so.
Yeah, look at that punch speed.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, if you can get up real close like that.
And just like do shit like this. Right?
One won't give up that easy.
Yes, I am.
Well, now that he knows about like auto combos,
Now or
I feel like we're gonna be seeing quite a bit of that, but that's alright. I try not to use it myself, but
All the Naruto fighting games.
mhm.
Yep, good one. Can't complain about it when I do it myself.
Mhm. Yep, there. That's the tiger kick. That is his uppercut. Yes,
You
kick him in
and
the.
your fucking grab, both of you.
Why? What's wrong with the grabs, man?
All I'm trying to do is punch you in the face.
Well, to be fair, when I was playing like Fatal Fury with Colin, he kept doing throws on me because there's a dedicated throw button. There's a dedicated throw button in Fatal Fury. So.
Oh, really?
Yep. And I know they nerfed Cronin quite a bit because Cronin was godlike.
Oh yeah, for like the first, 2 or 3 months of the game, he just ran it.
Yep. He still did a little bit afterwards, but you could tell he was nerfed.
All right. Well, 2-on-1's a lot better of a comeback than 3 on.
Then a 3-on-1, yeah.
I believe.
かかってらっしゃい
Yeah, no. I think I'm gonna try Ralph again.
ガチョウ必殺つまみます
I know, like, he has a dive punch that you can do in the air, which I think, yep.
ムササビの舞
Drive Impacto. Yep, okay, I was gonna say, who's gonna pull off the auto combo first?
And I had full meter too, so I get the full
You get the
meter
climax.
super out of it.
Let's see if Spicy can do. Nope. So there goes all of the meter.
Final round. Time to go big or
Mhm.
go home.
Okay, well, let's see what you can
Ralph
pull
is
off.
Ralph's slow, but he makes up for it in his damage output.
Yeah.
He can put it out.
And I know he had to get nerfed quite a bit at the start of this game. Remember VRT?
Oh god.
Yeah, that's why. Like, Vanessa, Ruff, and Terry received the biggest nerfs, I think, in the history of this game. Do it again. Go. There we go.
Ooh, nice.
I'm in Discord. Okay, I will send you an invite in a second, Goto. And then I also need your ID. Okay, now it's neck and neck. Nope. Okay. So, basically this is just a battle of the auto combo here. Who's gonna get the hit first? There's one. Oh, now it's close. Who's gonna... Oh, shit. No. Oh, well.
Good stuff. Dude.
What
Good
a
stuff.
stellar fight! These two know how to rumble. Winner!
So, okay, Mad, I'd be scared to see what happens when you get Fatal Fury and play Mai.
Ro.
Hello, sir. How are you?
I good you.
Okay, me good. Hang on. Let's get you into the room first before we start another match, shall we?
Yeah, no worries. I'm just starting up the game.
Okay, you're playing on PlayStation, right?
Yep.
Okay. So when you start it up, okay, we're gonna try. I'm gonna try and send him a PlayStation invite for this, and we're gonna see if that works with the crossplay thing. But no, things are good on your end, though, Goto.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on, I just gotta get this sorted out. Game volume's a little too high.
Yeah, change it down. I'd set mine to like 65% or something, or 60. And I know Goto's played a little bit of KOF as well, but not extensively.
A long time ago.
Okay, do your thing, Shinky.
So I still don't see no invites.
Somewhat.
Invites.
Okay, I'm sending you one now.
I'll go put the melons away right after.
Okay, we're gonna see if it works through PlayStation invites.
It looks like it is.
Okay, can you get in the room? That's the question.
I'm taking here. Wait. The watermelon.
Mm-hmm.
Vlad, I need my seat.
No, Vlad's like, piss off, it's my chair now.
It says you've entered a room that has been disbanded. But I'm in?
Okay, I have another idea. What is your KOF ID?
Give me a sec. KOF ID. I do believe it's just. Wait a minute. KOF ID, where do I see it?
When you're on the main menu, I think there's an option for that. When you pull up your battle settings.
Hold on, so. Okay, search profile. I'm guessing KOF ID is just going to be a string of numbers.
No, it's anything you customize it to.
Oh. I do believe mine is just Goto 808.
Okay, is there a capital in it?
Nope. Goto underscore 808.
Okay.
Yeah, this thing is very case sensitive.
Unable to find player.
Nice. Alright, let's see.
So, like, if you view your profile,
Well, see, I went to profile,
yeah? Oh,
and it says Goto underscore 808.
so your crossplay is on, right?
Crossplay setting is on. I am confirming it.
Okay, hang on. I'm gonna leave the room for a minute, okay? Let's just make sure something on here, okay? So, crossplay settings, yep. So when you go to battle settings,
Online. Yep.
there might be a way to do this. Hang on. Send me, search up my ID.
Your friends list?
Yeah, he's on my friends list because we tried the little PlayStation friends list, but it didn't work for him, so...
Oh,
Yeah, because I was gonna say we tried that, that didn't work. We're gonna try something else, so... Goto? Send me...
John McBaum.
Yeah, capital J, capital M, capital B, okay?
Yep.
Because again, it's case sensitive. You should pull up my player profile at that point.
Yep. And I have followed the player. And I don't see the invite. I can check your profile, all that jazz.
Yeah, I'm just checking my stuff here. Follow list. Okay, no, that changes those things. Hang on, I'm gonna try something here. No. There we go.
that's
Follow
weird.
this player. Okay. Hang on. Can one of you guys send me another invite back to the room, please?
yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna try and see if I can get Goto into the room then for this. And we'll see if it works this way. Okay, menu. Hang on.
Like, so it's weird because
Invite sent, so you see an invite in the game itself.
Yep. And I'm accepting it right now.
They gave you host.
Okay, yeah, I see Matt has hosting duties too, so...
Zimad Binmont, how you doing, Mad?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Doing okay. Then so fucking busy with work. It's stupid.
Yeah, I know, it's so much fun, isn't it?
Oh, considering I had to do a 400-kilometer drive to drop off one person to 400-kilometer drive back.
Yeah.
I'm just stuck at joining the room right now. Or maybe it's just long. I don't know.
It takes like it takes a couple of seconds.
But for those Americans, 250 miles, and I was still in the same state. Province.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But no, you have to do quite a bit of driving.
Yeah. Just to bring one person back home because they could not continue the course they applied on.
So it's just like, you are dismissed, basically.
Basically, except you're getting driven back by 2 trained soldiers, and that's it. It's like, why?
800 kilometers. God almighty.
All within a
500
day.
miles and back.
500 miles.
It's not accepting you in the room.
Still marked joining room.
Let's make another room.
At
I
least
remember
trying
this
to
was
be
a thing that
asshole.
we had to do.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of stuck in the...
You should be able to hit
Joining.
circle and then get back out.
Nope. So I'm gonna close the game and restart.
Alright. Alright, I'm making another room. I still remember the bullshit we have to go through with this game sometimes for that.
Yeah, we had that issue during our first game in this, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
I
had
thought
issues with this shit during the launch weekend.
Yeah. I'm surprised they haven't ironed out those kinks.
I think they have for Fatal Fury.
Oh, City of Wolves, yeah.
Yeah, for City of the Wolves, but I don't think it will be for this.
Probably not.
Okay, Spicy, Matt, I sent you guys invites. Tell me if those work.
I mean, if the issue is just lag, like I'm lagging too much,
Yeah, mine
I
said.
guess I tried.
Yours says failed again. Okay, you host the room. Because I know Xbox has these problems, right? Okay. I mean, if anything, maybe Spicy has to send an invite, but if I can do it for Mad, which I'm sending to him right now. So let's see if Mad Belmont can get in here.
Jamais l'église solo. Bien envoyé. Oh, I almost said that.
Go tell me when you're loaded back into the game.
I'm loaded back in. Just waiting for the invite.
Let me see if it works this way. Okay, just sent it.
I am trying to join.
There you are.
I am in.
Okay. So, okay, maybe this is just the weird way it has to be set up, but I think if you're on Xbox, Xbox has to host.
That is weird.
Did Belmont dip out for a minute?
I believe so.
I don't know, Spicy, do you and Goto want to have a match?
Sure.
Sure, I'll get my ass kicked.
It's only the first time I played.
So you're both going to be on the same playing field here. Hang on a minute, I want to watch this match.
I don't really play.
Okay, go.
Select members. A battle like any other in history is about to begin.
I played this during launch, and I haven't really reached them.
So, basically just treat this as rediscovery.
Yeah. Sure.
Select order.
I'm gonna go...
Iori is a good choice. I really like Iori.
Select stage.
Yeah, I remember him from older.
Nothing will stop this show.
I think Gore is because she reminded me of, fuck, I forget his name. In the old Street Fighter, he had, Dawson.
Yeah. Except she uses mud. Mud monsters. Okay, here we go. Okay. I forgot, yeah, Yashiro has that slam.
Slam.
So again, Goto, even though I don't use it, but you can use it, you use it to auto combos, remember?
Yeah.
Uria! Oh, appa! Shoulder charge. Oh, nice.
And player one clinches the first round. Round two. Ready? Go!
I like how you both think the same thing when that starts.
Same ring.
Oh. Yeah, beware of mud monsters.
Oh, damn, too far.
Yeah, no, depending on which one you press determines which way it faces and which one it does. Lights are normally the close ones.
Player two
Yeah.
wastes no time evening the
See, I don't remember which ones are lights, which ones are heavies. So,
Square and X are lights. Circle and triangle are the heavy ones.
Stand your ground. Ready? Go!
Alright, Iori. Now that's gonna do quite a bit of damage. Oh, you just grab her out of that. What the hell?
like I said, you're probably gonna kick my ass because I do not know how to play these games.
Just use auto combo. Just use auto combo. Shatter Strike. Just keep mashing square. Okay?
If I can get out of
Yeah.
combos I get taken into.
Well, you did pick the wrestler. I don't think Dinosaur was a good pick. Sorry, man.
Nah, that's fine.
The goddess of
Like
victory
I said, I
is
suck at these
the
games, so
winner.
I know when I'm doing this, I get my ass kicked for every single reason.
But hey, when you win,
The only
you
game-
win, and it's a sweet victory at that point, right?
True, but the only game I'm actually good at in these types are MK and Soul Calibur.
I still want to get MK1 though at some point.
The story for MK1's pretty cool.
I'll gladly play MK1 with you.
But yeah, like I want to get MK1 at some point. But I think the big one that we should all go to, we all need to order on the same platform though, would be MKX.
I had MKX on Xbox.
Or MK11.
I got MKX on Xbox as a participation trophy. Well, participation. I got 4th place in the MK tournament
Oh, nice.
here in Quebec. So
Mad? I guess he's not back yet. He's getting food
not.
then. Okay. Spicy, shall we? Yep.
Select members have witnessed the dawning of a new era of martial arts competitions. 派手にぶちかませ Select order. 砕き潰す Select stage.
I can understand why people like Angel or Angel, but I'm like,
Nothing will stop this show.
there's more to her than just that, I would think, right?
I don't know what you mean.
What, you don't know what I mean? I think you know what I mean.
I don't know what you mean.
見せてみ
行く
ろ Round 1. Ready? Go! Right, right, right. KO! And player 2 clinches the first round.
But no, I forgot to ask. Again, the matches are feeling good on your end. You're not noticing anything severe, you guys?
Ready?
I think it was good on my end.
Okay. There we go.
Player 2 wins 2 rounds in a row.
I don't think you're getting up from that neck break.
That's just a flash wound.
Are you sure he's not dead?
Ready? Go!
Oh, I'm dead. But thank you for helping me build my meter. Let me see if I remember some things with Ralph.
とっととかかってこい Burn to fight Ready Go はっそりゃ
Yep. That's what it was.
Yeah ダメぜこれアルフインパクトアルフインパクト大きく縛れ
Okay, thank you.
この程度 Yeah Yeah まだまだ
He's dead. Again, I'm trying to pull off flashy shit. But it keeps getting blocked.
Final round. Ready? Go!
Okay, that worked.
What a
I think my knee was already in your face.
Maybe, but the game said no. Okay. Hang on. Mad, you back? Okay, guess not. Goro, shall we go?
Ready? Get my ass beat.
Well, let me see. Well, I'm gonna try and pick different characters, though. Or at least the characters that I don't play that often. Duel on. I want Ralph again, though. What are you thinking?
No, you know what? Try this one. And go with
2 seconds.
Select order. Select stage.
I know Paul is Colin's like favorite character, so
And Sylvie is a good pick. When you know how her stuff works, she's very good at spacing.
Nothing will stop
Yeah.
this show.
And Maxima is just basically Iron Man.
Iron Monkey is what it looks like.
With those mutton chops.
Oh jeez, yeah.
私のすべて見せてあげるわ
And then Kukri's a pervert.
One. Ready? Go! Right.
Ow.
Okay.
Even though I shouldn't embrace auto combo, I'm going to.
Oh, that was a weird teleport move.
Yeah, no, because Kukri can do spacing things,
Yeah.
which is one of the neat things, at least with his character designed for sand. And then Maxima's your powerhouse. But again, he's not a monkey man. It's just his mutton chops.
Yeah, well, his mutton chops on his profile pic just looks.
Ah, Shatter Strike! Oh, she's dead.
Super KO.
Well, yeah, I mean, you pulled up a level 2 super there, so...
Yeah. No idea how he did it.
Oh, your auto combo, because you had the meter for it.
Yeah.
So it decided to prioritize that.
He doesn't have much reach. I'll say that much.
Yeah, no, because he's got to be up close. That's the thing. But he has armor.
Yeah. And I'm dead.
I grab you and take your soul.
Oh, I'm still alive. I thought I... Well, yeah.
But it's a cool looking super.
Oh, shit. Okay. And yeah, that was.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah. No, if you can pull off level 3s, like into combos and stuff, then that makes it really worth it.
But
I dare you to jump in on me.
Ready? Go! Neither side is giving an inch.
I have no clue how to play with Solu, so.
So, again, just mash auto combos, right?
Well, 99% of the gameplay is going to be smash auto combo. That's why I always start by going back and seeing what I can do with half circles.
Oh, Shatter Strike.
Oh, jeez. I'm fucked.
Cool guy walking away from explosion, I guess.
And dead.
The winner of
Yeah.
that fierce fight.
Yeah, because I managed to pull that off, so... But- But no, I would just like rely on the auto combo, I guess. It's been working though for you. Right?
Yes and no.
Yes and no, but it's been working. Mad? Nothing yet. Okay, I'll do one with you, Spicy, and then I will dip out, then you and Goto have a match, okay?
Select members.
Because again, I think it's only fair that everybody plays together.
楽しもうか
Select order.
腕が鳴るわ
Oh, fucking Isla.
Select stage.
Let's go here, shall we?
Nothing will stop this show.
さあいらっしゃいこれからよ
Round one. Ready? Go!
Ah, jeez. So, yeah, Vanessa's more of a boxer, so she doesn't really use kicks, so it's all punches. Oh. Ouch! Ouch. Ow, Ah, no.
Exciting bout from round 1.
But I do like Vanessa's design. She still looks, she looks really good.
Now or never.
Let's
Ready?
see what I remember of Darlie.
Shobu Adi, and we're tied up.
Obviously not too much.
Round 3. Ready? Go!
Level 2.
Go for broke.
Catch! Oh, jeez. Okay, that's what it was.
Shobu Adi, player 1 has victory in their sights.
Okay.
Stand your ground.
One of I think this is Shinky's favorite character, Leona Hydern. No, you will not explode me with those. Oh, jeez.
Final round. Time to go big or go home.
That gives you enough of a health boost, so that should at least slightly even the odds, right? Damn it.
Sorry, I muted myself for those eating cookies.
That's fine.
Bye.
GG.
That was a nail biter. Keep an eye on this matchup. Winner!
Yeah, talk about a smug prick here.
Yep.
Well, I guess that's what K-Dash is. Okay, so I'm going to give up my spot. So now you two should have a match.
Select members. Put all your skills to the test and show us a battle worthy of
You know what?
legends.
What are you thinking?
I got my team.
You got your team?
I'm trying it.
Okay, let's see how your team fares.
Select order.
Oh, okay. You guys almost have mirror matches.
Almost.
Stage.
Almost, yeah. It's just Spicy's running the non-Orochi versions
Yeah.
for 2 out of the 3.
It's about to be a party up in here.
Because, yeah, their Orochi variants are different compared to their standard variants.
The only different is Yorick, I think.
Yeah, Iori, and then, yeah, because you have Yashiro.
Mesame
No.
Daisyo. Round 1. Ready? Go.
Yeah, because Chris is more about speed, as you can see, and Yashiro is more about grappling, so he's got to be more close. So think of him like how you were playing Yashiro before, but he is more of a grapple character. Okay?
So, up close and personal.
Come on. How dare you beat up a child, right?
Child America. He needs to be disciplined.
This child needs, even though they're on the same frickin' team, he needs to be disciplined.
Oh, yeah.
Is what you're telling
Gotta
me.
keep in line. He's gotta be kept in line. Come on.
Well, okay, wait till you see his Orochi variant. I think it's more menacing than his normal one. Oh, nice.
Player 1 wastes no time getting the score.
Mm-hmm. That's fine. Now we get to see the different
They got
Sherpies.
a little bit of damage in.
Stand your ground. Ready? Go.
Yeah, because Sherry's a wrestler, at least standard Sherry, but Orochi Sherry uses lightning, as you can see.
Yeah.
Oh, just wait.
Right.
There you go. Yeah, because with standard Sherry, you need to be close range, whereas Orochi one, you can actually play from a distance.
Yeah. But I am so bad with this. Oh,
But no, you're, again, figuring shit out as it goes, right?
Match point for player
Yeah.
2.
It's like a slab. It's just like,
And that phone's too big.
and we lost Mad.
Okay, I'll have to get him back in a minute.
4. Ready?
You see what I mean by this Chris compared to the other Chris?
Yeah.
Oh, damn it!
Oh.
Yeah, she kicked you out of it. Oh my god! Wait, she blocked it.
Neither side is
Okay, so who's more menacing, standard Chris or this Chris?
Orochi.
Orochi
Definitely
Chris.
Orochi. The standard Chris looks just like a punk who's full of himself.
final round.
Whereas this one looks like he wants to kill everything in sight, right?
Oh, he doesn't just want to kill, he wants to burn everything.
And I feel like he would be successful in it too, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, stop! But both anchors are in play here. Let's see who makes it. Oh my god, okay. Same, nope. Slightly lead for Orochi, for Iori. Nope. Now it's the other way. Oh no, no. Oh, GG. That was a close
game,
match.
that
So.
one.
Eyes are on
That
the
was a
winner
close
of
one.
that fierce fight. Winner!
愚かさも極まればここまで無様か今日がすがるだ
Yeah, way to really talk the smack.
I didn't even read what the hell was written.
That's fine. Hang on. No, I will again give up my spot. You two take another match. Okay.
All right.
I'll hop in for the winner of this one.
Select members. Witness the dawning of a new era of martial arts competitions.
So what kind of matchup are we gonna see here?
Select order.
Okay. We got another mix-up of characters, so.
Yeah.
Select
Although I
stage.
think Spicy's starting to get a feel like who he's picking for his teams, because I'm seeing a few constants now.
Like Yori.
Nothing will stop this show.
I mean, with Kyo and
one's
Joe
around.
right now, so.
Yeah. Because, I mean, no joke. You're good with Yori.
Yeah.
Oh.
Iori is a good pick.
やだな。
僕には勝てないよ。
Round
And then
one.
Ash
Ready?
with that haircut. Yeah, Ash is basically the Guile.
下です。
どきなよ。
やっ。
Because, like, I can't really play Ash myself.
Pretty slow.
Yeah, he's slow. Like I said, he's like Guile. But he's got really good moves, though. And then his super, like if you can pull off his one of his level 2 supers, it basically cancels the charge times for his charge moves.
Oh. Okay.
So if you get in a corner and Ash pulls off that level 2, you can pretty much kiss your health meter goodbye. Oh!
Oh,
Player two.
I thought I died there.
Nope. You put Chris in his place again.
Stand your ground. Ready?
Go. Why, you want to stay away from those?
I don't even know how to do his supers.
Yeah, no, it's charge moves. That's the thing. Because like I said, he's like Guile, so you gotta charge up his stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I never was good with that, so... Yeah.
So, like, I mean, Ash is good if you are familiar with, say, like, your Chun-Li's and your Guiles and stuff. And Billy, you want to play with range because of that stick.
Yeah.
Or staff.
I'm trying to.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. There's no auto combo for him?
No, you gotta be closer. That's the thing. Because you're doing a far. Oh, jeez. No, you're not.
I told you I was fine.
No, I mean, that move didn't kill you is what I meant, sorry.
Yeah, but I had one hit left. Come on.
Hey, you can pull off miracles with that shit.
お見せしましょう。Now or never.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah, Kim doesn't have projectiles, he's up close and personal, but he's mostly kicks. So use the kick moves, basically.
Oh my god.
I'm just trying to get a freaking combo off. But... Huh?
Nice try.
GG's.
What a great fight! Mad respect to the winner! Winner!
Hey, do you want me to try and beat him then, Godo?
There's no try. You're gonna beat.
No, you can still win, you know that. There are always opportunities here. That's the thing. So I guess Matt's coming back in a bit.
Select members. Witness the dawning of a new era of martial arts competitions. 胸にぶちかますね俺一人で十分だ Select order
Let's try this.
Select stage Get ready for a battle of titans
What's the weather like where you guys are at right now?
Rainy.
For us, yeah, it's been excessively rainy.
Round 1 Ready Go
And right now it's kind of cloudy.
For me, it's pitch black outside, but I think there's no more rain.
It was raining for most of the day here, so...
Same. Even though you're on the other side of the country, it seems like our weather patterns are pretty similar.
Yeah, like if I get something, you'll get it later. Right?
Or vice versa.
Yeah.
An exciting bout from round 1
I gotta remember what his other super is, though.
少しは燃えさせてくれよ
I'm probably gonna go through one more round, then that'll be...
Ready
Then you'll what?
I think I'll go through one more round, and then that's probably gonna be it for me.
Okay.
I mean, it's already
Oh,
approaching
shit!
midnight. And I gotta suffer tomorrow, yay!
Damn it.
This battle should bring the hype 燃えた
Pirate lady, save me!
Turn to fight Ready Go
Oh, okay. There. Eat my drill.
Did you just drill him another asshole?
Yeah, I did. And he's gonna like it, whether he wants it or not.
すぐ楽にして Round 4 Ready
Like, I forgot how much I like Darlie, but I also forgot how slow as fuck she is. You think so? Damn it! Damn it, I'm dead. Is it bad that I was looking at the wrong super meter?
It gets confusing after a while.
Yeah, because I thought I had a level 3 and I only have a level 2. Mm-hmm.
燃やしてやるよ Final round Ready Go 遅いどうしたやろう遅い行きなどうした
I know what I want to do, but I'm trying to get you in a position for it.
So lazy.
Yeah.
I noticed you stick back a lot, so I was like, I'm not gonna keep running.
Yeah, no, like, I could go in too, but I'm like, no, I'm not doing that either. I'll let you two have the last match, okay? With Goto.
You can play, dude.
Are you sure, Goto?
No, sure.
Okay.
Oops.
Select members.
Going to try this.
Match kicks off with an absolutely stacked lineup. 気楽にやろうぜ。信念を持って戦いましょう。
Right, I forgot I had that for, Kim. I need to figure out how she works, though. And who are you thinking for player 3?
What I'm trying to find. You know what? Fuck it, I'm giving it a try.
Select order.
Oh, boss character. Okay, I see what you're trying to do.
Well, I saw him earlier and I was like, seemed interesting, but I didn't want to use a boss character because...
Yeah. The boss characters are actually kind of balanced here, I would say, somewhat. They're
Okay.
still overpowered as fuck, but...
Over, but back to sort of somewhat normal.
Yeah, it's not like if you were fighting them in arcade mode.
Battle of Titans.
Yeah.
It's not that kind of bullshit.
Yeah, because I remember that. Holy shit.
It is some bullshit, isn't it?
Every single game I played, they were always so overpowered, it was stupid.
Well, they also read inputs, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Right? That's a super. Okay.
Player 2 won't give up that easy.
That's a super.
Now or never.
Why do I always keep picking up, like, electric for second players?
I think the game is trying to tell you something. Right?
But I'm starting to think I'm probably going to do a soccer team.
Well, and also Benny Morrow is a great pick for that. Because he was pretty bad at the start, and he's become a popular pick.
Yeah?
Yeah.
They worked him up a little bit.
Yeah, no, he needed, and if anything from like launch to where it is now, Benny Morrow he needed some pickups.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know much about Nas, but... Okay. So that's that. Okay, that's what it was.
KO! Player 1 needs a miracle! Thank you.
I like how when he does that, it says thank you.
I didn't even realize.
Yeah, no, that's a nice little touch for him.
Ready? Go!
Oh, god damn it.
Neither side is giving an inch.
And I'm probably gonna get demolished by a super.
Well, that's something I'm gonna try. I want to cancel a super into his climax, so I'm gonna see if I can pull it off.
Ready? Go!
Nope, I can't do that. What are we doing?
I have no idea.
You're dancing, you're dancing.
Okay.
Trying to figure out any super move.
Damn it, I didn't. Oh. Oh, okay, so that's how you do it. Sorry, Goto.
Sure.
That was a nail biter. Keep an eye on this matchup.
But that's what I was trying to pull off.
今度は苦境を繰り返せば気が済む。次は自爆で逃げようなどとは思わないことだ。
I just honestly I couldn't figure out any super move for this guy.
Yeah, a lot of the supers are like double quarter circle forwards or like half circle or quarter circle back, half circle forwards and stuff like that. I will say though, like maybe one night, like if you just want to practice up, we can just head into online training and just play with it from there.
Good see.
Yeah, we'll leave that
We
for
still,
a
we
night.
still got some other shit to do.
Yeah, I know,
The
but like,
things ahead.
yeah, we still got to do the thing. We got to do Tormented Souls and a couple of other things, but we will get to
Yeah.
those. Like, this is not a high priority thing, but it's something I think we should maybe look into. And then same thing
Yeah,
with like
definitely.
Mortal Kombat stuff, right?
Well, MK, I already know MK.
Yeah,
I have no issues with MK.
and I am not too familiar with MK, at least some like 11 and up. Like,
Yeah.
because I've tried a tiny bit, but I know nothing with MK1, unless by watching footage. But we'll see if we can figure out
Honestly-
something and go from there.
Oh yeah, but MK1 is definitely like the most basic of MK I've ever played so far.
So, are you saying they like dumbed it down?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Honestly, MKX, XL, and 11 were like top tier, and I feel like MK1 missed its mark.
No, that's kind of the consensus I heard with some of that stuff. At least when it comes to MK1. But
Yeah.
we'll see. If we can all play like that at some point, we'll figure something out. Because I know MK11 and MK1 are crossplay.
Yeah.
MKX is not. That's the only one. But
I've
I know
been
it's
saying
crossplay
MK
with
since-
consoles, but not PC. That's it.
Yeah. I've been saying MK since way too long, and I just wanted to search up MK, and I just went MK, and I'm like, no, I need to type out Mortal Kombat, dumbass.
Not mouse and keyboard. Which is sometimes what it comes to.
Yeah. So I have MK11, X, and 1 preloaded onto my stuff, so
On your PlayStation.
I can load it on the PS, but probably just keep it as a secondary.
Vicey, do you have the MK games?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we could try 11 or 11 at some point. We could all have it because I have 11 on PS5.
Okay.
We'll figure out something with that. But no, right now,
I
for
forgot
now,
how
it's
much.
just KO. It's just KOF for now. But
I forgot how much DLC I have on MK.
there's a
11.
lot.
I have every single one of them, I think.
So you got the complete version of it, basically, right?
I think I got the ultimate version.
Yeah, so that has everything there. Or mostly everything
Yeah.
when it comes to that. But no, maybe we could do MK11 one night then.
Yeah, definitely.
We'll plan out something. We'll save it for like maybe another weekend or weekday or something. So I'll see what works out and be interested in that. I'll keep you posted, okay?
Roger. By the way, I just decided to go download it, and it says 27 items to download.
So quite a few. There's the Aftermath DLC, those extra characters, and some costumes and stuff, I'm guessing.
So I'm looking at about 60, maybe 90 some gigs of download.
Yeah, no, I'll have to install MK11 on my PS5 and then we'll see what's up. So maybe we'll save that for the future, but I'll keep you posted, okay?
Roger.
Sir, thank you for the game,
See
so
you
I
guys.
appreciate it.
It was fun.
We will talk more soon.
See you
okay?
guys.
Later.
Yep. Later.
Okay, Spicy, I guess it's just you and me then. Shall we just experiment with shit? Okay.
Select members. This year's Dream Match kicks off with an absolutely stacked lineup.
リバリーリンナイ
But I don't know, how does it feel to play in your hands? Because you said it's been a while, but you've played a KOF game before, I think, right?
I played like older arcade ones.
Mm-hmm.
I had some random KOF game on the 360.
But no, like, how does it feel to play? Like, does it feel okay, or...
It feels fine. I mean, I don't play fighting games too often. I used to play Street Fighter 4. And I played Street Fighter Cross Tekken.
Oh, yeah?
Select order.
マッチやろうか
Select
like
stage.
Mortal Kombat mostly.
So maybe I'll set up a Mortal Kombat night for all of us so we could just play something like that. I feel like that could be okay.
Get ready for a battle of titans.
I used to play some of the old Samurai Showdown games.
That's actually one we should play, because I actually like the new Samurai Showdown 2019.
Round one.
But I think if we're gonna play that, that doesn't have crossplay. It's something we gotta play on the same platform. So I'd probably say we should all do PC for that.
It's gonna go on sale so often. It's on my list.
Yeah, I know Sam Show does go on sale. And Evo's happening next month, so there's probably gonna be fighting games on sale for that.
KO! And player 2 clinches the first round.
King I like, but King is also kind of the bane of my existence. Because I like playing her, it's just I don't know how to deal with her.
Ready?
Like, if I'm fighting up against her. Especially when you use her projectiles.
Got it. Show no mercy.
So, like, once you figure out her projectile, though, then I'm in trouble.
KO! And we're tied up. Yeah!
Robert's a good pick, though.
Reach for the top. Ready? Go!
That's what it was. Okay, that's that super. Yep, he's dead.
Player 2 has victory in their sights.
退屈させないでね
Round 4. Ready? Go. Attack. Shit. And book it. Shit. And book it. May the best anchor win.
あー
I did just buy Tekken 8.
Oh, yeah, you got Tekken 8? I haven't played that in a hot minute, but apparently players are not happy with it.
I know that they made a lot of changes.
Yeah. But I want to go back. I want to go back and experience it. Damn it!
Fighting style, like the way he moves, reminds me of Eddie Gordo.
He is more of a Mexican wrestler, so.
Like the way his movement is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
All eyes are on
I know
you.
Ramon was a real menace in the last KOF game, especially if you played him online, but again, because of how the netcode worked, since it was like delay based,
Yeah.
you couldn't really counter some of his stuff. So I know Ramon is considered low tier in this one, which is kind of sad. Because Ramon's a fun character to play when you figure out his stuff and how you can chain it. But there was a character I know in KOF 14 that was actually a good equivalent to Eddie and Christy, which is not here, and that was Zafina
Select members.
or Zarina,
Kicks off with an
守りし者の役に務めます
because she is a capoeira fighter, I believe.
よーし行くぞ
But who knows? Maybe they'll include some of those characters for King of Fighters 16.
Select order.
この日に必ずや勝利
Select stage. Nothing will stop
Favorite
this
Street
show.
Fighter characters hasn't gotten any respect in the
Which-
last two games.
Which one is that?
El Fuerte.
El Fuerte?
Street Fighter 4. Yeah, he's like the luchador character.
Yes, I remember him. You know, I didn't mind playing him. It's just I couldn't figure out his moves effectively.
Ready? Go.
こうやるはっ輝きを貫
Make a smash ball.
無駄よ貫はっまだまだはっ
Again, the classy character.
まだよ輝きまだまだねよ無駄よ
Okay, it was that move.
まだまだ
An exciting bout from round one. それじゃあ Round two.
And we have brother and sister now.
ゴーテンやっおらおらおらやっ
And unfortunately, brother won.
Player 2 wasted no time, evening the score.
Yeah, I need to pick up the Street Fighter.
Ready? Go!
Street Fighter 6. I haven't played too much of it either, but I want to go back and play some.
Player 1 has victory in their sights. Burn to fight.
Oh, this guy.
Ready? Go!
Ouch!
Time to style him with a climax.
How dare you do that to her? Yep, she's dead.
Who is going to take the win? Final round. Ready? Go!
You know that restores your health too. I tried. I wanted to try and chain my super into that, but just like, okay, I'll try a Hail Mary. Let's see. What time is it? You want to do one more?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm gonna just go all random here.
Select member.
ゾクゾクする戦いできればいいね
Era of martial arts competition. Select order.
Is this kind of what you're deciding your team to be?
The three that I know the most with.
But you've done well with them, I'll say that. I'd say Iori and Joe are definitely picks you should have. Because they seem like the most versatile and they give you the best of both worlds.
Mm-hmm.
Round 1. Ready? Go!
Right, the heavy one does a different one. No, I am not good with charged characters, and unfortunately Ash is not my forte. Even though he has like the wackiest like kind of color designs, you could say. Right? Thank you for getting rid of him.
お楽しみはこれからよ。
Now or never. Ready? Go! Nice combo.
ボディボディアッパーアッパーボディボディアッパーアッパー
KO! This is match point for player one.
I used to be alright with Vanessa, but I'm not good with her anymore, but...
Go! KO! Neither side is giving an inch.
That should give you quite a bit of health back. How much? Okay, good enough for ya.
あれよって上等だ
Final round. Ready? Go!
And GG on that one. Because again, Drill.
All eyes are on the winner of that fierce fight. Winner!
あいあい楽勝楽勝っ
I hate how she talks smack. But yeah, so... Hopefully that wasn't too rough on you. If I was, I am sorry.
It's about what I expected.
But no, like, how does it feel to play in your hands? That's my question.
It feels fine. I feel like all fighting games pretty much play exactly the same. It's all the same stuff.
Yeah, there are, like,
All that,
minute differences, you could say, but there's more intricacies. You gotta find them, though. Right?
yeah.
I think that's the thing when it comes to that. But we can always pursue more on this on some point. Like I said, we will just play it casually, though. We're not going in for, like, major tournaments or anything. It's just something casually to play. Something we'll do, like, with Mortal Kombat, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Because you said you have 11, so I'll get that installed. Maybe we'll meet up and do that, but...
Yeah, I have all of them.
Because you have one as well?
Uh-huh.
How do you find one?
I don't really play like Mortal Kombat in the sense of like I'm playing against people a lot of the time. I honestly just like playing the story on a lot of them.
How is the story for it?
I think the story for one is cool. I know a lot of people weren't like huge fans of the like multi-timeline thing that they do.
Which is what they've done basically for the last two, like MK1 and MK11 are the same, dealing with time travel basically, right?
Yeah, I mean, this one, yeah, it's cool because it's cool to like see like a different, I guess, version of like the Mortal Kombat story of like how he like they try to reset everything.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's cool how they like introduce the characters and like have a good mix of characters from old and new
Yeah,
Mortal Kombat
because
games.
they pulled quite a few from, I think, the 6th gen, because you had, like, who? Ashra, Havoc,
Uh-huh.
Li Mei, right?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a good like mix of characters, which is cool. And I think the what are they called? Cameos?
Yeah, the cameo system, I think it
The
was.
cameo system's cool.
Because I know that's been very divisive for players.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's because it's a big change to like Mortal Kombat because you're not used to like calling in a character to like help you with something.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's a cool like way to like mix it up and like have other things that you can do. I mean, I feel like I don't know, man. Mortal Kombat fans are weird. I feel like they change things every game, and people will complain about it no matter what. But
Yeah, that's technically true.
because like Mortal Kombat X had like the different fighting styles that you can choose, which
Which,
some people didn't like, and then
I mean, you find the one that sticks with you. I can only imagine, like, when it comes to that, how insane that was to balance, though.
yeah, 100%. Like to me, I was just more like that would be insane to have to build like multiple fighting styles for each character and like figure out a way that like one wasn't like completely OP. I mean, even though it still happened, but
Mm-hmm. It still did with it.
yeah, I mean, to me, Mortal Kombat games are I always considered like, and I mean this is just my opinion, but I feel like they're more like casual fighting games. Like they have their audience, but they're not as intense as like a Street Fighter, a Tekken, things like that. Like
Yeah, stuff like the Japanese fighting games that we play
Yeah,
normally.
like,
Yeah,
it's,
they're not as crazy as that.
yeah, it's just a fun alternative like to a lot of other stuff. And I think unfortunately people are very obsessed with like numbers when it comes to games. Like, well, the player base is completely gone. But it's like, but that's just any game in general. Like most games don't hold people's attention for very long.
I know people were
And-
complaining about that with Fatal Fury. It's just like, no, this game. There's not a lot of players, so it's dead. It's not doing well. But
Yeah, I mean,
does that
fighting
really
games-
say it all?
It's I feel like every fighting game when it comes out has like a pretty decently sized audience on release, and then as it kind of goes on, people stick with it or they move to a different fighting game. There's so many different options to choose from. It's kind of like, you know,
Like, I'm glad we live in this era. Like, we're getting a lot more, which is awesome. But it also is becoming more kind of, I don't know, messy,
yeah, it's a lot of
convoluted. That's the word.
it's yeah. There's so much. It's kind of hard because there's just so much to choose from that you're like, well, I don't know what I want to play, dude. Like, there's too many options, and I think that's just like gaming in general. That happens to me a lot when I'm sitting down. Like, what do I want to play? And then I look at like the hundreds of games that I have, and I'm like, dude, I have no idea. Like,
Yeah,
I
and the
don't know.
library just like scares you, your backlog. Like, I know, like, we've talked about this too. It's insane how big the backlog is we have. And it's just like, are we ever going to finish these? Maybe not. It's just nice to have them, right?
Yeah, I was actually trying to play through Anthem. I started playing Anthem again since they're shutting the game down.
Which I'm
But-
I'm kind of upset that that's happening.
But I had nothing but issues, honestly. The game kept like crashing and like sending me back to the home screen when I was doing stuff, and I was like,
Mhm.
all right, I'm done, bro. Like, I'm not gonna keep trying. Like, I was getting frustrated because I had to keep redoing stuff, and I was like, I don't want to deal with this the entire time.
Yeah, no, if anything, that should have been ironed out, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be.
Yeah, I don't think EA really cared, honestly. I think it wasn't like an instant success for them, so they're like, oh, we don't care. Like,
Which is the thing, and I know that game had some issues, like even was bricking PlayStation systems
mhm.
when it came out, but I mean, if people want to play it, you have until January.
Yeah, I think it would definitely be a game that you have to play with people because playing it by myself got pretty boring. But I also feel like that game has a really bad, like, repetitive cycle to it that is, like, just not fun after a while because every mission is basically the same thing.
And yeah, I don't think BioWare is fit to make that kind of game.
Yeah, I was actually talking to a friend about it today because I was trying to figure out, like, let's like Destiny, for instance. I've played a ton of Destiny and Destiny 2. But even that game is very repetitive in like what you're doing. It's go here, defend this point, do that. But it's still like there's enough to it with the loot system and other stuff to kind of make you want to keep going back. And I think with Anthem, they don't really have anything to like make you want to keep doing the
Incentivize
same
it.
thing over and over again. Yeah, so you're just like, this is dumb, dude. Like,
Yeah, because that was
That
me
is-
actually going back into like playing Diablo again, because like I can just go back and play those games nonstop. Because
yeah.
it works fine on its own, but it also works fine when it's with friends. Because I actually just picked up the expansion for Diablo because it's on sale right now.
Okay.
But I'm like, okay, yeah, like this has the hook. This has what makes it fun. Anthem didn't really have that,
Mhm.
which was the issue. And the fact that Destiny is like, it's still going strong after all these years, it's just because of how good that gameplay is and what they have for the hooks. But also, Destiny has that multiplayer.
Mhm.
Anthem doesn't really have that.
Yeah, the multiplayer, like, it is a nice little added bonus too. Like, because there's a good amount of things to like, where you're doing different stuff, so you're not like only playing like the main game or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Anthem, I definitely tried. The game visually still looks really good, and the flying is pretty fun. Now that I know they tweaked flying since launch.
Yeah,
But
because I heard that was a bit of an issue.
I honestly like. I played it for, I would say probably like 2 nights in a row. I put like a couple hours in each night, and I was like, I don't think I could force myself to sit here and play this the entire time. Like, I think I would just eventually stop playing it anyway. So
Mm-hmm. It's one of those things
I'll
where
just
it's just
give
like
up.
you have to commit, or that's really it.
yeah, I tried BioWare.
You put the effort in, but no, like, but BioWare has other games to play too. Like, you still have the Mass Effect trilogy.
Mass Effect series.
I actually
Dragon
need to
Age.
go through Dragon Age: The Veilguard, even though I
heard
know
a lot
that
of
game's
mixed
getting a
things
lot
about
of like that game got a lot of like crap.
I'm not a fan of the art style of the game.
Mhm. It is different though. I will give
Yeah.
it that compared to how like say Inquisition or even 1 and 2 were. But like it's a BioWare game, and like it actually looks like fun despite its troubled development, because I feel like that is a story in and of itself of what the hell happened with the Veilguard,
I feel like that's just EA games in general right now. I think
which is really
they
bad.
don't know what they're doing, and they're like messing up everything.
Speaking of not knowing what they're doing, what the fuck is Microsoft doing? Right?
I was talking to my friend about that today.
Mhm.
It's hard because I can see both sides of it. I can see the gamer side of it, which sucks because you have a bunch of developers that are trying to make things that are really cool that they're
Mhm.
not really getting a chance to do it. But when you look at the like, and this is not me defending it, by the way. I'm
No,
not.
this
trying
is
to
what
say
you're
that, but-
seeing from
Yeah.
your perspective of things.
But if you look at the business side of it, like Xbox is such a small part of Microsoft as a whole. Like
Mhm.
honestly, Microsoft makes all their money from computing and all that stuff.
And their
Obviously,
push
Xbox
for
brings in
AI
shit.
now, so
Yeah.
since that's what they're trying to get into for things.
And because they said, shareholders really like the AI investment. They're gonna cut jobs because they're saving money, which sucks. I'm not saying it's a cool thing to do, and it's
Mm-mm.
frustrating. But I'm sure it was one of those things where it's like, because a lot of people are bagging on Phil Spencer. They're like, this is his fault. I don't think he woke up one day and was like, you know what, I'm gonna cancel like 5 games because that's. Just
I
what
don't
wanna
think
do."
so. I wouldn't say it's on the Xbox team. Like, it doesn't have any. I wouldn't say like Phil Spencer, Matt Booty, and like Sarah Bond are the ones that made these decisions.
Yeah, I'm sure
This
Microsoft
is higher
was
up.
like, you need to cut this much, and we're gonna look at what's the most expensive and where we're not seeing a return, and we're gonna cut it. Which sucks. I mean, like, I get it. Like, I think Perfect Dark looked really cool, and I was really excited for that.
Yeah,
It
that
visually looked
hurt.
fun and like. But I've also heard that that's been another troubled development game, and
Yeah, no, that game has been through development hell, and it seemed like it was just starting to come together now with what they showed. Because there were even reports apparently that gameplay that they showed was fake, but apparently that's not true. It was real. They just built it for the demonstration of what it
Yeah.
was going to be, and even then, like, that looked good. But I know Perfect Dark was having some issues with its development, and same thing with Everwild from Rare, because that also got cut, and that was in development for almost a decade or something.
yeah.
So-
And I think what unfortunately what I'm not saying that we have to like it, but I think people need to realize like gaming as a whole right now is such a it's so like return on investment and business focused these days that it's
It
not
is now,
like
yeah. You're right.
it's not. Unfortunately, like big publishers, they don't. I don't think they care as much about creativity. They'll say it in the front of the cameras, like, "Oh, we want people to be creative. We want people to do that." But in reality, they're like, "What is going to make us the most money?" Like that's what they care about. And you can see, like, I don't know if you saw the reports with EA for the new Battlefield game, how they're like, "We want like
We want 100 million players, and it's just
Yeah.
like, what? The max that Battlefield has gotten is like 30.
Yeah." And I'm sorry, like Battlefield, if you're comparing it to the big shooters, is not nearly as big as like a Call of Duty, as a Fortnite, as a thing like that.
No, it's not. It
so
might
try
have
to
been
get
back
that-
in the day, like when you consider like 30 million or 10 million, like an insane amount of players. Like back when
Yeah.
Battlefield was a thing, but it's just as the markets have changed, it's just like you need to have high player counts and you need to have these monetization methods. And if you don't have it, your game's not going to succeed,
100%.
which is bad. And I feel like, unfortunately for Battlefield, that's setting it up for failure now.
Oh yeah, like you're basically getting told you need to make a game that is going to give us a player cap 70 million over what you've gotten before, and it's like, well, if we could have done that, we would have done that already. So to me, that just means they're going to push a bunch of free-to-play stuff in there to try to get people to get it, because unfortunately nowadays the games that people are playing like a ton of are either free-to-play or it's a game that they've already been playing forever, like Grand Theft Auto, you know,
Rainbow Six,
like
Call
that.
of Duty,
Yeah, Rainbow
stuff like
Six,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, unfortunately, gaming's they
Not
just
in a
look at
good
it as
place.
yeah, it's all business focused. It's how am I going to make my money back? How am I going to just get that return on investment? What can I do to monetize this? That's why you see like single player games that have DLC for different things, because they're just trying to get money in whatever way they can.
But there are some that actually do the model right for single player stuff. Like I feel like
100%.
Sony has been doing that well with their single player stuff, even though a lot of them do seem like they're following a formula and everything. At least when you see stuff like directly from first parties,
Yeah.
like your Insomniacs, your Naughty Dogs, and everything. But then you have stuff that break the mold, like your Stellar Blades and your Astrobots, which I think is more of what we honestly need, like those kind of games.
Mhm.
But and then Microsoft, like you said, like we saw with say Perfect Dark and even Everwild, like they were having development troubles, even though, you know, it might have looked like they were turning things around. But it's like, no, we're canceling these. It's not out. It's not going to make what we put into this. Get rid of it.
Yeah, and
Yep.
it's hard because like you said, I don't like these are all like obviously I see things from every side too, because like people will say, well, why does like for instance, why does like Nintendo not do this, or why does Sony not do this? But like Nintendo, I think, is its own entity altogether, because Nintendo's really just a gaming company. Like that's really what they only focus on, is like games. Like they don't have like Sony is part of a bigger, or PlayStation's part of a bigger company, Xbox is part of a bigger company, where Nintendo's like, no, this is literally our company, like that's what we do. So they can kind of do essentially whatever they want.
But I also feel like if Nintendo had these kind of things like that Microsoft is like publicly announcing, like with like job layoffs and, you know, cancellation of stuff, I don't think Nintendo would speak about that much.
Yeah, obviously it's two very different like cultures. You have like a big, you know, American company and a big Japanese company, and they're going to handle things different. With Sony, I mean,
They're in the middle, I would say, when it comes to that.
I feel like Sony of America, I don't know the head, the guy that like just left recently. I know a lot of people did not like him. Like a lot of people were like,
Jim Ryan.
yeah, because he was trying to make this huge like live service push, which people were like, we don't want that. And they're like, you don't know what you want. We're going to tell you that you want live service. But
then I think Herman, it's being split between two people now for PlayStation. So it's like they're canceling a lot of the live service stuff. There's still some coming, but even the ones that are coming or that have come out have not really delivered.
yeah, and I think the problem, and this is, I've said this for a while, and I know a lot of people have too, with Microsoft is, especially with Xbox, is they announce things way too early when they really don't have like
Something to show.
a good, yeah, so like they announced Perfect Dark years
way too
before we
early.
saw anything, and then that's what I'm worried about with like the that Blade game that they announced, because I was like, visually the trailer was cool, but you haven't shown us anything and nothing has been said about it, so I don't know what's going on with that.
But even their
And then,
unannounced projects were getting scrapped, like that apparently MMO that Bethesda was working on, because it was unannounced. They've been working on it for years, and that got scrapped.
There's a
We just
part,
know
and
about
obviously
We just
yeah,
know
it
about that
sucks.
from that, but that's it.
It sucks because like people are gonna they lost their jobs on a project they were working on.
Mm-hmm.
But like a part of me, I don't know, like I don't feel as much like disappointment when something that I didn't even know existed was getting canceled, because I'm just like, oh, okay, well, I mean that sucks, but
It's
But,
like you
like,
have to hear it from them, the people that were working on it. Said, well, there goes years of my life.
yeah, I mean Sony recently, like you said, they did the same thing with all these different live service things that they were like talking about and working on, and they're like, no, never mind, we're just gonna cancel all that. I mean, what was that one game? Was it Concord?
Yeah, Concord. That was like out for a week, and then it's like, nope,
and-
we're scrapping this. You're like,
You see
really?
that they were trying to focus so much, like how they had that show Secret Level. They made like a whole thing about, and like they were obviously putting so much money into this, and they didn't even give it a chance. Like they were like,
No.
1 week it did terrible. We're not even gonna try to fix it. Like just cancel it, and like that to me was insane too.
You're like, that's
And I
a
think-
hard no. Because who knows? It could have turned around later, right?
Yeah, and I feel like with Xbox right now, I think they're in a. Obviously, this is just speculation, but I feel like they're in a spot where they're kind of scared to take chances, because like they've released so much stuff that hasn't done well over like the last 2 generations, that they're like, and the stuff I think they thought they were gonna like have a hit with didn't do well. Like Halo Infinite didn't do as big as I think they thought it was going to.
Right, and Forza, like the new Forza, like that's another thing we gotta talk about there in a sec. Forza Motorsport, like that did okay, but that didn't do
Yeah.
as well as they thought they would. Same with I
Yeah.
think Hellblade, I think Hellblade may have hit their numbers, but not as high as they wanted it to.
Yeah, and it's so I think they're. I'm sure like if you were to talk to Phil Spencer, I don't think he's ever gonna be like, well, I don't want people to be creative. Like I want them to make what they want to make. But at the end of the day, when it's big Microsoft footing the bill, they're gonna be like, no, like why? I'm not making anything off this. Like, and it sucks. And I think that's why you don't really see too many. I would say like American-run companies making things that are like ambitious. Like you see a lot of things from different countries, like different developers. From
You have to
different
look at
countries making
smaller
things.
devs, I think, here
Yeah.
in North America to get that kind of like uniqueness to it. Or you got to look at them when they're being published by other publishers, not like your EAs, your Microsofts, and stuff.
And I know people will use what's that game that just came out? Is it Claire Obscure?
Oh yeah, Clair Obscur Expedition 33, yeah.
Yeah, like obviously it's so cool to see basically a team do what they wanted to do and make exactly what they wanted to make. And I'm sure that's what every developer wishes they can do. But when you're owned by like a mega corporation and they're like, you're eventually, unfortunately, you're gonna be like confined to do certain things.
You have to do it specific ways. But I will put in the point that sometimes the big publishers will let things like that go. Like the one bright light I see for EA is their Originals program.
Yeah, Originals, they are very like, I wonder if it's like a whole like I feel like EA they're just like, you know what, dude, they gave somebody like the free reign to run like an Originals program, and they're like, just do whatever you want, bro, just leave us alone.
Yeah, just
like,
publish these things, because like if
Yeah.
it wasn't for that, you wouldn't have things like, you know, Lost in Random, or you wouldn't have stuff like It Takes Two, or even Split Fiction, which Split Fiction apparently has been doing insanely well.
Yeah.
But it's stuff like that. Like, so there are some, like, you know, shining beacons there. Like, at least for EA, that's what I will give credit for, the EA Originals program.
Yeah.
And just like, here, we're hands off. We're just gonna publish your thing. That's it. And I think that's what should go. It should go back to for these publishers and stuff, like back from like the 6th and 7th gen. Make what you want. We'll just publish it. But unless you're a studio owned under this company, you have to make it our way, which is basically what it seems like.
Yeah, unfortunately, Microsoft has kind of taken the role of, like, I would say it's probably like around 360 PS3 era EA, where they're just like buying every developer and then like not really doing anything with them, or like shutting them down, or
Yeah, because that's the thing.
doing
They're not
whatever.
making money back on those investments. And I think that's the other problem with it, too. Because you're not only seeing the companies that they picked up suffer, but you're also seeing the companies that they have internally suffer. Because that's what happened with Turn 10. Because you
Yeah,
heard
I
what
mean,
happened with that, right?
yeah, and I mean, I'll say that I think it sucks to see any developer lose jobs and people like have to like scramble to find a new place to work.
Mm-hmm.
I if I were to give like my own personal like spin on it, like if I were to compare Forza Motorsport to Horizon, I play every Horizon game. I don't play every Motorsport game. I'm just not a like racing sims are very hit or miss for me. Like
Yeah.
I'm more of an arcade racer type person, so Horizon was like perfect for me because like, dude,
Mhm.
this is fun. I'm just driving around doing whatever. And I think at first, like 360 era, a little bit into Xbox One, Forza Motorsport was kind of like the big Xbox racer.
Yes.
And then I think Horizon just appealed to way more people because now you're getting the casual person into it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it started doing way better.
Yeah,
And
like
now
Horizon
that-
was doing way better, definitely, for sure.
Yeah.
But they have
So now
different
they're
markets.
Yeah, now I feel like Microsoft's like, well, if Horizon's doing way better, why would we focus all this money into Motorsport when we could just maybe focus on the Horizon brand and do that? Because I know that it did decently well on PlayStation when it dropped.
Yeah, I think Horizon 5 did all right.
Yeah.
I don't know the exact numbers, or it's just seeing like the results of it, but I know it. I think it cracked the top 10.
So I know that did well, and I think Microsoft's in like a really weird phase of their life right now. I think they're trying to adapt to their big push on Play Anywhere, where that's more like we're just gonna give you games and you can play them on whatever you want. But they're also like it's just so weird. Like I've tried to think of like I thought about it a lot because I'm like trying to understand like
What they're doing.
where the mentality is. Yeah, because it's like I don't know if you saw there was someone that used to work at Xbox that was talking about like
Yes.
why
This
would
isn't
I
Xbox
buy
anymore.
An Xbox? Yeah, like why would I buy an Xbox if I could buy this? And I always try to see everything from both sides of the argument. Like I can understand that. Like if I was the casual person, why would I buy an Xbox if I can buy
like
PlayStation
the
and
ROG
just play
or
all
the
their
PlayStation
games?
or PC? Yeah.
Yeah. Which is true. I mean, I get it. Like I mean, but it's also like I think their big stance is basically telling people like we're not just a console. Like even if you're playing it on PC, you're still playing Xbox. Even if you're playing it on PlayStation, you're still playing Xbox. If you're playing on your phone or on your, like you said, your ROG,
Yeah,
you're
like
still playing.
yeah,
Xbox.
like this is an Xbox. My phone here
Yeah.
is an Xbox.
Yeah.
My PC
Like they're
is
like
an Xbox. Yeah.
we're more than just a box. We're now like we're everywhere. So like I think it's hard for people to understand that concept because obviously for years we've always been like this is my console and this is what I play on.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, for me personally, like what I love the Play Anywhere thing, and I know a lot of people are like not
Against that
so-
idea, yeah, there are some that
Yeah.
are not in favor of that.
But like for me, like so in my situation, right? Like I have my gaming computer in my gaming room. If my wife is watching TV or something, I'm not gonna be like, I need you to get off the TV so I can play games.
Mm-hmm.
So like I'll go in my room and I'll play, like for instance, I played Indiana Jones on my PC, and then when I'm like, I'm gonna use the OLED now, and I'll go in the living room and turn my Xbox on and play Indiana Jones and immediately pick off where I
you
left
left off, yeah.
on PC. Like to me, that's amazing. I'm like, this is awesome, dude. Like.
The idea of cross progression, yeah, again, like going back to the idea of crossplay too, like I feel like that's now starting to become standard where your progress goes anywhere. Like I actually just, when you're saying that with Indiana Jones, that's the same thing like when with Diablo 4, because like I play it on PlayStation 5, but I decided to try the demo on PC for it, just to try the new class. And everything I played on PlayStation is on my PC. So I can still do that too. And I still, like, the idea of, like, your play anywhere, your cross progression things, like, that's cool, and that needs to be standardized as well. But the idea
And it's basically like how you, because I'm assuming for, I mean, I could be wrong, but for Diablo, are you like logging? Do you have to log in with like a Blizzard account or something? Is
Yeah,
that how it
that's
gets the
the thing,
cross progression? Yeah.
So
So
it's
like,
the same thing with Microsoft because you use your
Yeah.
Xbox Live ID and that's
Yeah.
or your Microsoft account now, not an Xbox Live ID, I guess anymore, right?
Yeah.
But it's tied to that. As long as you have those synced, you can take it anywhere.
and it's basically like trying to just make it. What I always think is they're trying to make it easy for the average person.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you,
Which I understand that, and that's actually a good approach for things.
yeah, like listen, you already have a Windows PC. Buy an Xbox, use the same account that you have, and everything's already synced for you. You don't have to do anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say, obviously, because you play games a lot, but just say there was a random person who had bought Diablo 4 on their console, and then they're like, well, now I have to play it on my PC, but I don't remember my Blizzard stuff, or I don't remember this, I don't remember that. Like, that's the only, like,
That's
thing
the
that
issue when it
'cause I
comes with
know-
accounts, yeah.
There are sometimes, like, I know when Apex, I think, first dropped, and they're like, you can now use your thing, you can sign into your Apex account on anything. And when it first dropped, it was like, well, if you're going to use your Xbox account on PC, then we're going to make it just your PC account, and you're not going to use it on Xbox. I'm like, well, what? Like, what? No, I want to use it on both. They're like, no, we can't do that. I'm like, okay, like, that seems stupid. Now it's not. I think it's fixed now, but...
Yeah. No, it depends on how they implement their systems too, but it's also how you link your accounts as well, because that was the same thing with Siege, because I had separate accounts on my PC, my PlayStation, and my Xbox, like, with that, but if you link it all to your Ubisoft account, then you can play it across platform, because eventually Ubisoft put on the idea of like, okay, you're just going to have one progression, you're not going to have 3 separate progressions, we're just going to combine everything into one, so you get all of your stuff, and then we sort out your duplicates and everything, but your ranked is different. Your ranked does not carry between PC and console. Those are 2 completely separate identities, at least for like playing ranked, but that kind of system is cool to have where it's just like under one. But you have to, again, get to the idea of accounts, and you have to remember your accounts. Let's face it.
Yeah.
People don't remember their passwords.
Oh, 100%.
And resetting them is a
I
pain
see
in the
it
butt to do.
Every day at work. Yeah, I see it every day at work. People are like, I don't remember this, or I don't remember that. And so, like I said, I understand. I get what Microsoft is trying to do. I think they're trying to, like, make things easier, but also, like, frustrating their core audience by, like, having a lot of, obviously, I think it's this year alone they've cut a ton of jobs, and they've done a lot of things like that, which I think in the gaming space is always rough to hear. But when it's like one big company that's continually, like, I know the big thing with what was it, Tango Gameworks with Hi-Fi Rush, like everyone's like, Hi-Fi Rush is a great game, and Microsoft like, it's getting so received, we're gonna just shut the studio down.
Yeah,
It's
just like, what is it, a month
Like,
or 2 later? Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
fine, yeah, Tango shut down. But thankfully,
Yeah.
that had a silver lining to it, and they got picked up by Krafton. So we need to see how that's going to turn out, because we know how Krafton treated Striking Distance, I think it was, because of the Callisto Protocol.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks, dude, because you see people are obviously trying to make
Things, and they're trying to make big things.
but they don't always come out up to what the big company's expectation is. Or, I mean, I think it's just hard. I think what the big thing is right now with gamers in general, because I mean, if you take the younger gaming audience, like, they're not playing story-based games for the most. Like,
No.
all of my cousins' kids, they're playing Roblox, dude. They all play Roblox.
Roblox, your Fortnite, maybe, probably.
Yeah. So they're playing, like, the same game over and over again. And when I think of, like when I was a kid, sure, there would be games that I would play all the time, but, like, I was trying to play with everything. I was like, dude, that looks awesome, I want to try that. That looks awesome, I want to try that.
And we're not really seeing too much of that anymore. Like, there is still some cool stuff. Like, don't get us wrong, there is still cool games coming out. But if you want to talk original IPs or, like, original stuff, there's barely anything there. It's a lot of sequels and everything, or remasters, or remakes.
Remasters. You're really kind of looking more towards indie devs, or, like, not the huge publishers that are, like, releasing stuff. And I think that's where Xbox has always kind of done a good job at, is, like, showcasing indie developers with a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
Not even necessarily ones that they own, but just like, hey, like, we're gonna show you these small games. Like, all of their game showcases, I think, have always been good at, like, showing a mix of indie games, smaller games, and then, like, big games. And I know the biggest complaint I see so many times, it's mostly on Twitter, I'll be honest, because
Yeah.
Twitter is just filled with hateful people.
Yeah.
But they're always
an
complaining about
understatement.
the indie games. They're
Yeah.
always like, well, I don't want to see this. I was like, well, dude, like, this isn't just for you. It's meant for
Yeah.
everybody.
This is meant for other people. Like, you may not like it, but say, like, I might like it, or another person watching could be like, hey, that looks cool.
Yeah, I mean, there's a wide variety of games out there, but I don't think people are. They're not trying to.
They're stuck
They
with
like
what they're
what's
playing.
familiar to them, and they know that, like, and I mean, I get it. Like, when I think peak high school, a little bit after high school,
Mhm.
a lot of what I was playing was like Call of Duty. Like, I was like on Call of Duty every day, but I would still like, oh, I'll play something different. I'll do this. I'll get off and I'll play like Dead Space 2, or I'll do something else. But no, I mean, there's a reason why there's like 3 or 4 mega games that people are playing all the time, and then a couple games that are. I mean, if you look at the Twitch like browse page, it's always the same games every time at the top,
Yeah,
unless
and
a big streamer decides to play something completely different for some reason. But
yeah, because like you'll see like some of those new games that come out, like you'll see them surge for like a little bit, or just like a couple of days, and then it just kind of tapers off, which is kind of sad because you want to see those other titles succeed. Like,
yeah,
it's heartbreaking.
it sucks. Like it's like we said it. I mean, I've said it a couple times. Gaming right now is in a really rough spot. It's more about money, not necessarily about
The
creativity
experience,
now.
yeah.
And like you said, there are still a ton of devs out there that are doing what they want, and they're artistic. You know,
And they have their freedoms. Like, that's why, like, something like Stellar Blade, for example, like, I still gotta play through it, but that's something where it's an uncompromised vision, and they made what they want, and it worked out really well.
yeah. And I mean, again, we can go back to, you know, Clair Obscure. We go back to Baldur's Gate 3. They're games that they're like, we are gonna make exactly what we want. Now, are they gonna reach everyone?
No.
They're RPGs, which are already not, you know, the casual gamers, you know.
They're making what they want, and that's for their audience. And if it just happens to expand and do better, that's a bonus.
Yeah. I think I will say I'm glad that we're not getting. I think there was a big issue in the 360 PS3 era where we were getting a lot of like Gears of War style like cover shooter games, and a lot of like just kind of generic first person shooter games.
Yeah, your
like
generic military FPS stuff, yeah.
Yeah, I like how we're not in that era. I think people don't realize, even though things are very bleak, we do have a lot more variety than we did have for a while. Like, there was a lot where it was like, dude, every game is the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, like, you're getting that issue like with publishers that just keep releasing the same things, but there is variety out there. You just have to look for it. And that's, I think, one issue, too, because, again, like you were talking about earlier, where you have people that are stuck with what they play and they don't want to play anything else. Like, I can actually think of, like, one of my friends where he will only play games, but an example is they have to score at least a minimum of 85 or 90. Anything below that, they're not going to play.
Really?
Yeah, so it's like, that's not a good mentality, or it's just like, it's an 85 or a 90, but it's not a shooter.
Yeah.
I'm not playing it because I don't have the time for it, which I understand that argument, because time is kind of essential right now. Like, you can't put
100%,
100 hours into, say, Baldur's Gate and get out of it. But then again, even if you don't finish it, like, if you put in enough time, like, you put in time that you find justifiable, then I think that's worth it at that point. Like, who says you have to finish, like, these long games? Like, you can, and you should, but if you can't, but if you enjoyed what you played of it, isn't that enough?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple games that I've started just the last couple of months that I've put, like Anthem, like I said, Anthem's one of them. I want to say probably like 6 hours into it, and I was like, you know what, dude, I tried it. That you obviously are going to get to a point where you're like, am I going to put more time into this game, or am I going to just say, you know what, I put time in, I'm done.
Yeah.
And that's what I did. I was like, you know what, I'm cool, dude. Like, I understand what this game is. I don't need to see any more of it. I'm cool. Like,
You've did it. You tried, and then, like that's at least what you can say. You didn't finish it, but you tried it, and it's like that's fine. Because who says you have to put in like 100 minimum hours? I remember seeing a tweet about that, or like that kind of making the rounds too. Not only on like Twitter, but I think even on a YouTube video or two. It's just like if you don't put like 50 or 100 hours into this game, you can't have an opinion.
Which,
okay,
I mean, that just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, because it's just like, okay, let's look at KOF, for example. Like here, you play arcade mode once, you finish it with a team, you finish it in an hour or two.
Yeah.
Are you telling me that's not completing the game? You're telling me I have to play every single character. I have to beat the game with every single team. I must unlock every single ending before I can have an opinion on it. No.
Yeah, some people just don't have that time. And I think that was a big thing. Like, I had a ton of friends that were playing Baldur's Gate 3 when it dropped. And I was like, that game looks cool. And a lot of people are like, dude, you should buy it because it's co-op, blah, blah, blah. We play together. But I was like, I can't justify dropping $60 on it because I know I'm not going to dedicate that much time to it. Like, I know how I am with RPGs. And the game really has to hook me or else I'm not going to keep playing it just because I just don't have the attention span for it, unfortunately. I just know
which is true.
How I am.
Which is true. Well, at least you've unmuted us now, Shinky, so you can hear like just our discussions we're having. But I will say, at least for that, like that's the other thing. Like for games, that a lot of publishers and stuff, they want you to buy it day one because those are the day one sales that matter. Not everything that happens later on. Because like, again, with Veilguard, I'll just use that as an example. Like I bought it on sale. I didn't buy it at launch, and that game came out when? October? So it's been like 7 months, and you're telling me like I have to buy it day one in order to like have you make the money for it? No, sometimes you need to look at these in the long run, and that's the other thing too. They're looking at the short term, like within your first 30 to 90 days. For sales. Like that's not how it works.
And that's how I was with Resident Evil 4 Remake. I didn't buy it because... I didn't buy it at launch because I was like, I know I'm not going to play this right now. Like, I'm going to buy it. I don't want to spend... I don't know how much it was. Probably like $40, I think, at launch. $40, $50.
No, that was a full-price game, RE4.
Oh, 60?
Yeah, it was a 60, because it was like a $80 game here.
Okay.
Because, again, currency conversions, but no.
Yeah.
The RE games have always shipped at full price. The only ones that haven't recently were... the new like RE2, 3, and 7 for PS5, those were like $40 here because those are older games. But
but like I knew that I wasn't going to play it like anytime soon, so I was like, I'm not gonna spend $60 on this game because I'm not gonna play it. I don't care about buying games and having them sit for a while, but I'm not gonna buy a game at full price and let it sit there. Like I'm gonna be like, well, I want to play it if I'm gonna buy it day one.
Yeah, like if you know you're gonna play it day one, then it's just like totally. Because I think like my argument I do for games is like, if I know I'm gonna play it day one, then I'll buy it full price day one, or if it's a special edition, or if it's a game that you know that's not gonna get a big print run. Because let's face it, there's a lot of games that do that. But a lot of it you can wait for.
Yeah, I mean that's why like the Power Rangers like collector's edition. I was like, well, I'm not gonna play this anytime soon, but I'm gonna buy it because I want the collector's edition.
And it was reasonably priced too. That's the thing.
Yeah, it wasn't expensive. I was like, it's a sweet deal for a collector's edition of a game. But yeah, I mean, the second I saw Resident Evil 4 drop below $20, I bought it. I was like, $15, absolutely, I'll pay for it. I was like, I'll pay $15 for the game, and eventually I'll get to it. I don't know when.
Yeah.
I felt a lot more comfortable I mean, I think that's another thing too, especially with rising game prices, is like we already have so much stuff we have to spend money on. I can't just drop $60 to $80 on a game day one and
like unless I know it's something that I'm gonna play like for sure day one. Like I know I made that mistake with a bunch of games too. Like I bought Fatal Fury day one. I didn't play it for the first time until like a couple of days ago, and that was like 2 months after launch.
I didn't even know that game fully came out.
And that's the other thing too.
I thought you were playing the beta or something when you said you were playing it.
Yeah, no, that was final build, and I bought it when it came out, actually back in April, but I didn't really put a lot of time into it. Like, I think I did that one video just to see what was on the disc, but I didn't actually sit down and play with it until, like, last week. And that's, like, sitting there for a few months.
Yeah.
But no,
It's
like,
hard, man. It's
yeah.
hard to just drop that much money on a game
And, like, some of them, like, you want to play it, and that's the thing. It's just, like, I guess the question is, do you need to play it now, or can you wait? Can you wait a little bit to play it? Like, do you need this immediately in your library right now?
it's hard, man.
It is. It's not easy. And
Also,
so-
it's hard for me to drop $80 on one game when I can wait for a killer sale and buy like 3 or 4 games for $80 because I'm like, my brain is telling me this is a better deal.
like, that's the way I'm looking at some of the games. Like, I've actually pre-ordered a bunch of stuff recently, but the interesting thing is that most of them I pre-ordered are like anywhere from like $40 to $70. Like, that's reasonable to drop, say, on a day one release. Even if you're probably not going to play it at launch, that's still like better than spending, like, for us, like $80 to $115 on just one game.
Yeah.
Because, like, I'll admit, I pre-ordered Painkiller.
That looks cool.
And it's not a full price game. Like, here, like, the pre-order for it, it's $50.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, I could justify that because it's not a full price game, and it looks like fun. Like, you could take a risk with that one, and you could just let that sit for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like you're gonna buy, say, Borderlands 4, and that's full price, and then you just let that sit.
It's also hard when you see certain games like Borderlands go on sale all the time for like $10, and you're like, why would I buy this game at full price when I can wait like a year and that's gonna be like a $10 game?
Yeah, like, what was it during the Steam summer sale? Borderlands 3 is 95% off.
Yeah, so I'm like, why would I do that, bro? Like, I already know what Borderlands 4 is gonna be. They've made already 4 other Borderlands games because there's 3 and then the pre-sequel.
Yeah.
So
Which
and
I'm
Tiny
actually
Tina.
playing.
So
I'm
it's
playing
like,
through Borderlands 1 because I tried playing them. I could never do it because I thought they were boring and not fun. But it's just now I'm playing Borderlands 1 again for the first time, and it's clicking now. And it didn't click when it came out in 2009 or something.
Yeah. I have tried playing that game so many times. I've tried playing Borderlands 1 multiple times. I played Borderlands 2, a good chunk of it, because I was doing a Let's Play of it with other people. But then we even got to a point where we were like, we don't care anymore, dude. I was like, we get it, bro. Like, we understand what this game
We
is.
understand what it is. It's just like, what's the point of keeping going unless you're that invested in the story and want to see what happens next? Because that's the thing with those RPGs. And that's why I think, like, at least in the case of Borderlands, why Diablo has a better hook in it compared to Borderlands. Like, Borderlands is like looter shooter, and the guns are cool, but the gameplay doesn't always hook you as much.
Yeah. Shinky, I have Persona 3 Reload installed on my Xbox, and I've had it on there, I think, for a while now, and I'm like, I should maybe play that game, and then I just don't.
I have a confession with that one, because, like, I have it too on PlayStation, because I bought it at least physically on sale when it was like $40, $40 or $45, but I got it through Game Pass, and I've been playing it on Game Pass for like 15 to 30 minute intervals. And that's been over the course of like 4 or 5 months. So it's like, I have it, and I'm gonna play it eventually, like, but I'm not gonna devote a lot of time for it. The only reason I'm doing that is just to get the Microsoft points that you can, like, redeem on the store for things, right?
Yeah.
Like, play a game for 15 minutes.
I'm bad too, because at the end of the year, I bought Persona 5 Royale for the Switch, and I was like, dude, this is perfect. I was like, I'll just, maybe when, my wife's watching TV, I'll just boot up Persona on my Switch. I haven't even opened the game. It's still in the shrink wrap. I haven't even touched it. I'm like, and I think about it all the time. I was like, dude, I should just boot up the Switch real quick, just hang out in the living room.
And just try it, right?
I haven't.
I also bought Royal again, because, like, I have 4 copies of Persona 5. I have the original on PlayStation 4, I have Royal on PS4, and then I bought Royal on PS5, and then I bought it digitally on the Xbox store for like $10.
Yeah.
So
I have the PS4 version of standard 5.
Mm-hmm.
and then I have Royal for the Switch, and then, but I also bought. Damn, dude, I buy too many things.
And I buy multiples too. I will admit that too. I buy multiples just to play on different platforms, but that contributes to the library.
So on the Switch, just because unfortunately, it's something that I actively try to fight, but I don't always win that fight.
The sales?
Is if I own, well, sales is one, but like, if I have like, say I'm doing like Devil May Cry is a perfect example, right?
Yes.
When I bought Devil May Cry 5 for the Xbox One, it originally came out on the Xbox One, I think.
Devil May Cry 5? Yes, PS4,
yeah.
Xbox One, and PC.
So when I bought Devil May Cry 5 for the Xbox One, I was like, well, dude, but now I need Devil May Cry 4, and I need 1 through 3 on the Xbox One, because I want that collection to be complete.
You want it on one platform, right?
Yeah, even though I already own it on the 360, I own all those games, and I'm like, okay. So when I bought Persona 5 Royal on the Switch, I was like, well, I'm gonna have to get Persona 5 Strikers, because that's another Persona 5 game on the Switch.
Exactly.
Then I also need Persona 5 Tactica, because that's another Persona 5 game. So I have all of them, and I'm like, I don't know if I'll ever play these games, but I have them.
No, I have the same thing with you. Like I have Strikers on PS4, and I have Tactica coming in for PS5. It's just, you want to keep it consistent on a platform, right?
Yeah. So I'm like, well, I need it then, dude.
But then you do it for other platforms too. Like, since you're mentioning Devil May Cry 5, like I bought that on PC. Because I bought it on PC when it was on sale. But then there was Devil May Cry 5 Special Edition. So I bought that for Xbox Series X. And then there's Devil May Cry 4. I have it originally on PC, but then they did Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition. So I bought that physically for PS4, and now GOG just put it on their website as part of the preservation program. And to be honest, I did want to buy Devil May Cry 4 again on PC through GOG, just to have it DRM free.
I need to get Special Edition for the Series X, because I'm like, well, I already beat it once, but
I still haven't played 5. I still need to play 5.
5 is really good. So I think I've talked about it before, but I'm really bad when it comes to games that were like really big on like PS2 and stuff, because I never played the original Devil May Cry games when they were out on the PS2.
No, neither did I
said this again, and I'm sorry to any real gamers out there. My first Devil May Cry game that I ever played through was DMC, and I was like,
the Ninja Theory game, right? Don't be sorry about that, man.
Well, I know, because to die-hard Devil May Cry fan game, like, that's like the worst game ever made. Like, I can't.
Hi James, how you doing, man? Which I don't get that. Like, I know, I understand why it's considered bad, just because of the style and attitude of the story and characters. But if you actually sit and play DMC, it's so freaking good.
It's a fun game. Sure, has it aged well? Probably not. But like, in terms of the comedy and the humor they have. But
yeah,
for
like
me, as someone who had never played Devil May Cry, I was like, oh, this is a pretty fun game, dude. This is pretty cool. Like, I didn't have anything to base it off of.
Yeah.
I didn't play the original, so I was like, this is cool, dude. It's a fun little action game.
But I guess also sorry to the Devil May Cry fans. The first Devil May Cry game I played was Devil May Cry 4 on Xbox 360. Because that was its debut on the Xbox.
Yeah, Devil May Cry 4.
Yeah, because like I played Devil May Cry 4 on the 360. That was my first foray into Devil May Cry. So it's just like DMC, like you all start somewhere. It doesn't matter whether it's the best game in the series or the worst game in the series. You tried it, and if you liked it, and if you consider that your starting point, then go for it. You're not a weirdo for thinking that, Shinky. I like DMC.
I've beaten DMC, I think, 3 times. Like, I think it's fun. Like,
I haven't done it on Dante Must Die mode though. That's it.
I haven't either.
But I do have an issue with that game though. Like, and it's not with like its story or presentation or its gameplay. It was from a technical side of things, and that was maybe the only thing that stopped me from getting that game on console at launch. Because I know when it came out on PS3 and 360, one thing that was known for Devil May Cry was like it was meant to be 60 FPS, right? And then on PS3 and 360, when that game came out, it was only 30. So when I bought that, I bought it on PC specifically just for frame rate. But that definitive edition that they put out, that apparently fixes that and makes the game better.
Mm.
But is that a petty thing to just play it on another platform for like frame rate? But then again, people now, at least in this era, are making frame rate way more important than anything else. If your frame rate is anything like 60 or less, it's a bust apparently.
Yeah, I've never been that kind of person. Like, if a game's good, I don't care that it doesn't have to be like the highest. I mean, I just got my gaming computer like maybe 2 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
and I can tell like if a game's running at a high, I'm like, wow, this looks really good. It looks really smooth. But if I was to go back and play like an old 360 game that's running at like 30 frames per second, I'm not like, my eyes, dude, they hurt so bad. How could anyone play this? Like, some people make such a big like
Deal
and
about frame
overreact
rate.
to it, and it's like, bro, like, calm down, dude. Like,
No. My only thing would be as long as it's stable. Like, if it's a stable frame rate, I think that's more important.
yeah,
Doesn't matter
Sure,
if it's
if
30,
it's, like,
doesn't matter if it's
dropping
60.
a lot and it's doesn't play well, then yeah, I understand that. But
Yeah.
like,
Then there's issues at that point. Then you can make a complaint. I'm like, this doesn't feel good to play.
mhm. Yeah, that I understand. But
Mhm.
just to not like a game because it doesn't run at an insane frame rate, to me is stupid. Like,
I don't understand that argument either. It's just like, just make it playable and make it make it playable and make it control fine. Because I think that's another thing. And this is something like I've seen with Digital Foundry stuff that I don't see with my eyes, maybe that others do, but like frame pacing issues.
mhm,
Like you know what that is, right?
mhm.
Yeah. I don't see that as much. Do you when you play?
No,
So, I guess for some it can be a problem. There are some that are more sensitive to it. I guess that's why you see people like making those videos where like, you know, if it's 30 FPS, this hurts my eyes. How do you play like this? Are you just that sensitive to it or something?
I think some people just hop on a bandwagon and they're like, yeah, bro, like it needs. It's like, no, it doesn't, man. Like, what's funny to me too is like people are like they're so like when games come out on like PS5 and Series X and they're like they have the performance mode or the
Fidelity
quality
mode or the
yeah, and it's like, dude, I put it on performance mode like sometimes depending on what game it is,
Mhm.
but sometimes I just want the game to look really good. I don't really care if it's like a lower frame rate. If it visually looks really cool, I'm like, that's cool, dude. Like, I don't care. But I love when people, especially FPS gamers, because they're like, dude, it needs to run at this or else it just doesn't play well. I'm like,
I need 144 FPS or higher, otherwise this is not good.
We we grew up playing on 360s and PS3s, man. Like, you're good. You're fine. Like, it's cool that it runs that way now, but it's not like it needs to. Especially when people are putting everything on low anyways, because they're like, it runs better. I'm like, then who cares, dude? Like,
then who cares about that? Like, but you're losing visual fidelity. Like, you want the game to at least look something nice. Like, I could never do that. I would only run it on low is if my PC could not meet the requirements, or if that's the only way to get like a 30 or 60 FPS.
Yeah.
But I mean, if for all these people that's saying like it needs to be 144 or higher, I would say let's make the argument. Why don't you go play the original GoldenEye or Perfect Dark competitively?
Yeah.
Right? Try and do that. I want you to do that. And if you say this is unplayable, you're missing the point.
Yeah, unfortunately, like, this goes back to a lot of like what we were talking about earlier. People are they focus so much on the negative aspect of everything now that they just can't enjoy things anymore. Like, I feel like people just don't enjoy stuff. Like, they're so set on complaining and seeing the worst in everything that they can't just enjoy. Like, even like movies is a big thing, or like people complain about movies all the time. And it's like, bro, just enjoy the movie, man. Like, why are you this way, bro? Like,
I had this discussion, and I'll get your take on this too with Star Wars, like the Rise of Skywalker.
Mhm.
Because I was watching it with some people, and they're saying, you know, it's not a good movie and everything like that. Like, yeah, I'll agree, it's not good, but I'd watch it again. Is that a bad take to have?
No, I watch.
Apparently, it is.
Like, I think movies can be bad and you can still watch them. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, I guess it depends on there's certain movies that are like it's so bad it's good.
Yes, that kind
There
of
are
thing.
there are some movies that are just bad, and you're like, bro, I don't want to watch this. But
Mhm.
like, I think also like with Star Wars, I know it's a very like divisive like thing.
It's a
with lot of
divisive thing,
people.
yeah.
Yeah.
But
Like
I'm
to
like,
me,
it's a
I
good.
just think
It
Star
was a
Wars
decent
is
movie.
cool.
Yeah, and I
like,
think
just
it's cool too.
Like, yeah, I just want to watch people with laser swords fight each other, and like that's
What more do I need? Like, if I'm into the lore stuff, then yeah, sure, I'll jump into that. But is that gonna break my experience with it? No.
yeah.
Hell no. I'm just enjoying it for what it is. But
Like, for me,
yeah.
I'm a huge Power Rangers fan. Grew up
Mhm.
watching them. I love Power Rangers. I've watched Super Sentai. I watch a lot of that stuff. When they released the newer Power Rangers movie, like it's probably like 10 years old now.
Oh
But,
yeah, that.
like, yeah, is it a great movie? No, but I was stoked because I'm like, dude, I get to watch Power Rangers on the big screen, and they're doing something, and this is awesome.
Mhm.
Like, what did people expect? It's a movie about teenagers that can morph and they fight like rock putty creatures, bro. Like, I don't
Yeah.
know what else you want from me, bro.
What
I
more do
don't
you
get
want
it.
from this?
Yeah.
It's just like it exists. It's fine. Like that. I know one that also came out was like the Super Mario Brothers movie.
Mhm.
I have it. I haven't watched it yet, but it's just
Yeah.
like I'm just gonna go and I just wanted to see if it's an all right movie. That's it.
I mean, as an animated movie, it's not bad. Like, I watched it.
Hmm.
It's a cool animated movie. I think it suffers from like Minion syndrome because it's made by the same people that make Minions.
Yes, that's
where
right.
I think all their movies look exactly the same, and it's kind of like whatever. But um, it's not like a terrible movie. It's definitely geared towards kids. Like
Mhm.
which is again what Mario is really made for. I think the problem a lot of people struggle with is a lot of the things that we liked when we were kids obviously are still around. Star Wars being a big one. Like, so as a kid, we were like, this is awesome. Like, this is so cool. This is new to me.
Yeah.
And as we're growing up with it, it's not really. Sometimes the series isn't geared towards you. It's geared towards kids. You know what I mean? Like, it's just they're not making Star Wars. I think they're trying to make a Star Wars movie that can appeal to like everybody. They're like, we
Mhm.
want younger fans, newer everything.
Yeah, and that's kind of
And then-
sometimes an issue with things. It's just like you're trying to reach to all, but then you get to
Yeah.
none, right? Like that's a common argument for things.
And I think what they're trying to do, like with like Andor, the Disney Plus series,
Mm-hmm.
they're like, here, we're gonna make something that's maybe a little bit more serious for like an older audience to enjoy in the Star Wars universe, because it's like, okay, cool. And then they have that other show. It's like Skeleton Crew. I think
Which
is
I
what
want
it's
to
called, or
see. I
something.
want to see some of that. That actually looks really good.
That's the one with like the kids, right? It's like the kids
Yes,
and
that's
all
right.
that stuff. Which, okay, obviously it's not going to be geared towards 40-year-old dudes
Like
that
us.
like Star Wars. Yeah, it's geared towards kids, but like people don't want that. They're like, I want you to make something for me
Mhm.
because I want to like it because I've liked this
Yeah.
for years. Where it's like, nah, man, like just enjoy shit. Like, it's like, in the 80s it was really big. 80s and early 90s when like a movie would come out that was definitely like geared towards adults, but then they
Mhm.
would make like a cartoon for it for kids, and you're like,
Yeah.
why is there a cartoon for this? Because it's like, dude, we're just making stuff for everybody, bro. Just enjoy it. Like,
That was a big '90s thing too. Like, you know what comes to mind when you say that? Mortal Kombat.
yeah,
Mortal Kombat, Street
literally was
Fighter.
like, yeah, here's a Street Fighter cartoon. There was a RoboCop animated TV series, and
heard
in the
about
movie,
that.
he's literally like blowing people's heads off and stuff. Like,
It is gore heavy.
yeah, they're like, dude, we just want to make stuff for every audience because we're just here to make money, bro. Like,
Hmm.
at the end of the day, that's all they care about.
But it's just like, take things for what they are. You don't have to like it, but you also don't have to trash it.
Yeah, I think, with how big social media and like the internet is, everybody is going to voice their opinion, and it's easier to be negative about something.
Which is, yeah, and as soon as you're positive about something, or you say something that doesn't agree with somebody's view, then it's just like, okay, release the horde. They're coming for you.
I'll be honest. So I had posted a negative review about something literally yesterday, and
Okay. Well, tell me what happened, and then tell me what it is, because I'm curious.
So my wife and I watched Jurassic World Rebirth yesterday.
Oh wait, that's the new one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not like a huge Jurassic Park fan. Like I like the movies, I grew up watching them, but I'm not like, oh, I need to watch this movie. My wife is a very big Jurassic Park fan, so she wanted to watch it. I was like, yeah, let's go.
Sure.
We both did not like the movie. A lot of people like it. A lot of people are like, this is a really good movie and like it's really cool. I did not enjoy it. From the beginning, I was like, this, I could already tell it's not going to be a good movie. And I didn't like it. And I even posted like on Twitter, I was like, listen, I'm a huge fan of popcorn movies, but Jurassic World Rebirth was ass, bro. And like, I was just like, that's just my opinion. I can see how people
could enjoy it, right?
Could enjoy it. But for me, I'm like, nah, son. Like, this movie is not for me, bro.
Yeah. And that's the thing. It's just like, respect the opinion. Because like James just said, like, he enjoyed the movie. And like, that's good. You liked it.
I can see how people liked it. Yeah.
Right?
I mean, and again, like, I'm a big fan of movies that are not necessarily like the best movies. I've watched every Fast and the Furious movie multiple times.
I like those movies.
I do too. I think they're great. I think the last couple ones have been pretty bad. I'm very honest about it. Like I know that Fast X was not a good movie. It was ass.
It was just kind of meh. I'll be honest with it. Yeah. But if you asked me, like, would you watch it again? You're like, yeah, sure, I'd watch it again. Yeah. It's not like the worst thing that's been put.
Yeah, I'll probably watch Rebirth again because I always end up watching Jurassic Park movies again because they're always on at the house. But
yeah,
I just personally, I didn't enjoy it. I thought, and I'll listen, and I think sometimes I get like, I get defensive over a lot of things because I'm like, bro, I don't want to see you talk shit about something and not talk shit about this.
Yeah,
there are so many people that have talked shit about effects in Marvel movies and things like that.
Okay,
which I get because they're pumping those movies out like crazy. So I get that they're gonna look bad. Like unfortunately, that's just what it is. But you're right to call them out on it because they make a stupid amount of money. There are some shots in Jurassic World Rebirth that look really bad, and I'm like, where are all these people that are talking shit about these movies? Because there are some parts in this movie that I'm like, bro, what is this, man? Like,
no, they're off probably watching more Marvel movies or something.
Yeah, they're like, I'm ignoring that. I'm talking about Thunderbolts. Like,
I want to see Thunderbolts though. That actually looks interesting to me.
That was a good movie.
And that got a name change though.
Oh, the New Avengers?
Yeah, apparently. But no, I want to see that. Opinion on Mecha Break. It looks cool. I haven't tried it yet. I can't say it, so I can't really give you an opinion on it, but I think that game looks awesome. It looks like a lot of fun. It kind of gives Zone of the Enders vibes.
I tried playing a little bit of it yesterday.
Yeah?
I don't know. I don't know. It was like running a little weird. I was trying to play through the tutorial. It might have just been the tutorial or something, but I was like, I didn't play too much of it.
Yeah, because I know it's on Game Pass. I just haven't had a chance to like install it because like I've had so many other things to play, man, and it's just trying to keep up with things. So let's check something. I'm gonna look at this while we're talking here just to see what specs are and everything for it, but no, it looks cool, and I think that's the thing. Like, we live now where it's just like, I talked about it before. If your opinion doesn't match someone's, you are immediately attacked. Like, is that...
People aren't open to conversation. Like, if you have an opposing opinion, they don't try to listen to it. They're immediately like, no, you're wrong. I'm right. Well, it's like, well, no.
Which, I'll admit, I've done that sometimes. Like, even if I know that they're wrong... But it's just, you can't really do that, right? Which kind of sucks. But, I mean, there was a time, I think it was like, again, this is going to make me sound like the old man I am, like the 90s and 2000s. Like, maybe even early 2010s, where you could have opinions, and, you know, it would be acceptable. We don't live in that anymore.
No, people are not open to... conversation at all.
Or basically, is it weird to say this now, but it's almost a lot of us has become like keyboard warriors?
Yeah, because it's easier for people to act crazier when there's a little bit of, when you're anonymous to people. Like, it's the same thing as like, I've worked jobs where you have to like help people over the phone, And over the phone, people will act crazy because they're not next to you, they're not talking to you face to face. So they're like, well, I can act however I want to act because we're talking on the phone.
Yeah,
but if you were to talk
exactly.
to people in real life, like a majority of people don't act like that. There are still people that do act crazy face to face, but people get a little bit more confident when they're not, looking at you in the eye.
Yeah, because again, what are they gonna do? Like they don't have to defend themselves or something like that, right? But it's still kind of hilarious how we live in that kind of culture. We shouldn't be.
No.
But alas, this is where we're at, right?
Unfortunately.
You got any other plans up for the night?
Just kind of hang out. I have tomorrow off, so it's kind of chill.
Yeah. Just keep it kind of relaxed, which is nice. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I will get, like I said, Mortal Kombat installed. Let me see if I can figure out a night we can all play at least maybe some MK11. Because again, I haven't played that in a hot frickin' minute.
Yeah, I haven't played it since it come out.
I need to play that Aftermath story mode though.
Yeah, the DLC.
Yeah, the DLC because it has Fujin and Nightwolf in it.
Yeah, Nightwolf was goated.
I do hope like the next project that NetherRealm works on, like when they make a new Mortal Kombat, I think Nightwolf's got to be in there.
I wonder what they're gonna do next.
Because they haven't said yet, right?
No, not really. But it's also I didn't WB or whoever owns WB Games. They just say like they're splitting everything into like 4 different divisions where it's like it's what Harry Potter,
DC, MK.
There's another one I can't remember what it was.
And there was one more, yeah. I don't remember what they were either, but I heard that's going through some issues of itself.
Game of Thrones.
That's what it was, yeah. No,
Which to me is weird because I'm like, people still care about Game of Thrones?
Well, I mean, they did show at the Game Awards that Game of Thrones RTS.
Which to me is insane. To be like, WB has been talking about how they're not making money on a lot of their stuff. And they're like, guys, we got the idea. A Game of Thrones RTS. In the year of our Lord 2025, they want an RTS game. Which, again, I love RTS games. But that's... unfortunately, that ain't it right now, Chief. That's not going to get you money.
No, but there is, but the RTS seems to be slowly rising again, which I'm happy to see. Because, I mean, there is one that just came out on PC recently. Have you heard of Tempest Rising? I'm going to take that as a no. It's a new RTS that came out that's in the vein of Command and Conquer.
I mean, it's like I said, it's cool. It's cool to see that coming out more, especially like Microsoft doing all the Age of Empires, like remasters
and the Age of Mythology remaster, which I saw. That I'm excited for that.
And it's cool. Like I'm not saying like we shouldn't get RTS games, but I highly doubt a majority of people, newer gamers probably don't know what RTS games are because they haven't really been around very often. Since StarCraft 2 came out, there really wasn't too many RTSs.
Because that was like the last giant one that everybody cared for. It's still being played to this day, but no, you're basically seeing like remasters of older stuff.
It's just it's an interesting choice to immediately after kind of saying, hey, we need to relook at our business models and separate our stuff into 4 divisions to try to get a focus on it. And then to be like, and by the way, we're going to do an RTS game. It's like, oh, okay.
And we're also going to double down on live service games.
To give you a for instance here, StarCraft 2 right now has like 700 viewers on Twitch.
Okay.
StarCraft 1 has 56 viewers.
Wait, just 56?
StarCraft Remastered has 2.
Okay.
So it's like... It's kind of... Let's go Age of Mythology, right?
Yeah, Age of Mythology, that's the remaster, yeah.
Has 121 viewers.
What about Age of Empires?
Let's look at the newest one, which is
4,
I think. Yeah. 184. So altogether, you're maybe getting close to 2,000 viewers across 1, 2, 3, 5 different RTS games. That's all I'm saying. Is it's a rough ask to
do that, right?
Really hope that Game of Thrones is enough to get people to care about an RTS game. If you go to RTS as like a tag on Twitch,
which is what I'm doing right now.
The highest one is Clash Royale, and that's 2.7 thousand. That's a mobile game.
Yep, and then RimWorld, that's a PC one.
Broken Arrow, which I don't even know what that is.
That's a new RTS that came out recently.
And then Total War, Warhammer, which makes sense. Total War is another series that's kind of always been making games for a while now.
Yeah, because that's Creative Assembly's kind of big thing. I actually need to play Warhammer 3. Like, because I think I have this one. I haven't sat down and played it, though.
World of Warships, is that an RTS? I don't think so. Isn't that like a... Don't you actually control the ship?
That's like World of Warships. Yeah, no, that's like World of Tanks.
Yeah, that's not an... I wouldn't consider that an RTS.
You know, I forgot
Warcraft
Brutal Legend was an RTS
Reforged.
game.
Yeah.
But
Warcraft 3 Reforged, which is cool because they just re-released that on Game Pass, so that gives a big jump in playership.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, it's just to me, like I said, it's cool. I'm all about it. I love RTS games, but it's weird to bake like, guys, Game of Thrones and RTS is what you wanted.
Which I'm curious. I think that's something we'll just need to keep an eye on, just to see how well it pans out.
Because I know they just also released a Game of Thrones like mobile game that they're pushing a lot too.
Yes, I did see that recently. Actually, no, wait, that's the other thing I gotta mention now. Since you just mentioned RTS, because there was something that was announced. I just need to read those details again for a second here. Where was it? Is it? Yes, okay. This got announced at, I think, at an event. Aniplex announced a new Resident Evil game.
The mobile game?
Yeah, the mobile game. And it's a real-time strategy game.
That's so interesting. It's weird to... I mean, like, it's cool, dude. Like, don't get me wrong. I think it's just interesting to... In a time where they're complaining about, like, return on investment and things like that, that they would spend the money to develop RTS games.
Like, unless these are, like, low risk, and they're just like, oh, let's just put it out and see what happens, right?
Which, again, to me, like, that always sucks, too, because those are the games that they release, and then, like, a year later, like, we're shutting it down. And it's like, oh, okay. Like, you know what? I don't even know if it's been a full year. Call of Duty Warzone Mobile, they dropped that, and they shut it down. It's already shut down. I'm like, that game just came out, and they're like, nah, never mind. We're not doing this.
I think it was just about to hit a year or something, yeah.
What's cool with... Because there's Call of Duty Mobile, and then there's Call of Duty Warzone Mobile, which is probably another reason why that kind of, like, confused people. But what was cool about Warzone Mobile was you can connect it with your COD account, so you can, like... It was all synced, where Call of Duty Mobile is 2 separate accounts. So, like, I unlocked a skin in Warzone Mobile that I was able to use in Black Ops 6, which I was like, well, that's cool. But Call of Duty Mobile is so different and so, like, 2 separate things that it's like, well, I want to earn stuff from my main account. I don't know what this is for. I can't do anything with this, so...
I think I saw that for COD Mobile, because I was getting a promotion for that recently. There's a Gundam collab happening for it.
Yeah, the Gundam collab's pretty cool in COD Mobile, honestly.
But I question the collab that they have for just COD right now. Beavis and Butthead.
For Gundam? Oh, Beavis and Butthead, yeah.
I mean, like, how does this make sense? Unless you have Beavis as Cornholio, then maybe it'll be interesting, but...
Honestly, we have no one to blame but Fortnite for all of this, bro. Ever since Fortnite started doing collabs with everything, like, everyone is trying to do that. They did another Gundam collab for Overwatch 2, which was actually really cool skins, and I was like, oh, that's really cool, but I have not touched Overwatch in who knows how long.
No, neither have I. Haven't touched Overwatch 2 at all.
Yeah.
You have all of those skins, James? Because I know you play Overwatch 2 still, right?
They also just I don't know if it's already been dropped, but they had GI Joe skins for Overwatch 2, and there was a
I think I saw
super
that
sick
as a thing.
Cobra Commander Reaper skin, and I was like, oh, like I love Cobra Commander, but I'm like, I'm not gonna go and play Call or Overwatch to to get this Cobra Commander skin.
You know, I almost thought about jumping back into Fortnite with the Star Wars stuff, but I never did.
I did. That literally the only reason I did, and I played it for like 2 days, and I was like, I'm not gonna do this anymore. I'm like, I'm okay.
Well, apparently the Cobra Commander collab is still alive.
I can't.
You can't do
it, bro.
it.
I spent so much time playing Overwatch, and I dedicated a lot of like my life to it, and I'm like, I'm okay, dude. I don't want to. I think it's, I don't know. I feel like as I've gotten older, like dedicating a lot of time to multiplayer games to me just isn't as fun as it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and if I do, I'm like, it's like a good like month and a half that I'll play it, and then I like don't care anymore. I'm like, all right, I'm done.
Like the only one I'm still committed to that I'm actually still kind of surprised I play all these years is still Rainbow Six.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Siege has its ups and downs, but I still keep playing it.
You know, the game that I was actually really I was very addicted to, and I had to recently uninstall it, is Rematch that just dropped on Game Pass, the soccer game.
I want to try it. It looks really cool.
Well, the reason why, so I used to be extremely addicted to Rocket League.
Mm-hmm.
I
and
spent
it fills that void.
Countless hours and a lot of money on Rocket League, opening up crates and things like that. And Rematch and it's weird to say like Rematch is like Rocket League without cars, because Rocket League is just soccer with cars. But
yeah, exactly.
It plays exactly like Rocket League. Like the gameplay, the way, all of it is exactly like Rocket League. And it's really, really fun. And the reason why I uninstalled it was I was getting way too competitive with it, and I was getting pissed off, because that's how I used to be with Rocket League, where I was like, I want to win, and like I was just getting so mad. And I realized I was getting like that with Rematch, and I was like, I have to stop, bro. I was like, I can't go back into this. So I like uninstalled it. I played it for like, I don't know, like a week and a half, 2 weeks maybe, where I was playing it like every day. Like I live like a mile away from my work, and it takes me like 5 minutes to get home.
Which isn't
so
bad.
On my lunch break, I was coming home and playing on my lunch break, and then going back to work because I like wanted to keep playing it. And I was like, I gotta stop, bro. So I uninstalled it. I was like, I can't.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
you stopped while you were ahead.
Yeah.
I did see that collab with Street Fighter 6. I need to go back to Street Fighter 6 and actually try it, but I don't have Season 2, and I want Season 2 for that game. But I've been seeing that also happen a little more with games where, like, since we're talking about collabs for a minute, collabing, again, with international stuff, not just with properties, but K-pop groups as well. Because, like, yeah, aespa's in Street Fighter 6. You know what would make Call of Duty sell, even though I don't think they're going to do it? If they put BTS in there.
I feel like that would be like a Fortnite thing. I feel like
I think that would be more of a Fortnite thing. You put BTS into Fortnite, I think you would see people buy those skins like crazy.
I feel like that would be a big like a Fortnite, because Fortnite collabs with so many different musicians that I feel like that would be like where it would shine, because they would.
And it has
probably
Fortnite music too, so
yeah, they would do like the Fortnite festival thing, and then which RIP Harmonix, only stuck making Fortnite festival stuff now.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're in the Fortnite mines. Like, I know we joke about the Call of Duty mines with Activision and Microsoft now, but I mean, like, you have Harmonix now that's stuck in the Fortnite mines because of that. But hey, they're still around. At least they're still making something. I'll give them that, but they should make something else.
It sucks because the last game they made, which was Fuser, is honestly really fun. I used to play it a decent amount, and it was cool, like just how much you could like make different mixes and do different things. And unfortunately, it just didn't take off, because I think again, it's a weird. We're in a weird era of gaming, man, where people are trying to release things that are new and they're fresh, but people are not giving it the time of day, and everything's so money focused that if you're not making money back, they're like, well, we got to stop because I can't keep putting money into this if I'm not getting money out of it,
And that's the thing. Like a lot of these things, they're not going to be like immediate returns. A lot of them will be a bit later in their investments too. And I don't think investors and people want to wait for that.
They don't. Unfortunately, like if you look at like the average person, right? If they were to just look at gaming and they're like, well, Fortnite is making an insane amount of money every day. Like, why are we not doing that? It's like, well, I'm making a game where I'm mixing different music because I'm like a festival DJ infuser, and they're like, well, no, I don't want that. I want you to do this. I want you to make this. And they're like, well, I don't want to make that. Like,
well, then we're not going to fund you, basically.
Yeah.
And like, that's stupid.
Dude, that new Sonic Racing game, I'm so stoked.
I like how they made a jab. They made a jab at Mario Kart at the Summer Games Fest. It was like, unlike other competitors, we have full crossplay. But it's also that game, at least here, is $100. So I do want to try it, but I can't justify, unfortunately, that much money for it right now. But this is also a sign for Nintendo. Hey, release your shit on PC, basically. Make your stuff go multi-platform, but we know Nintendo's never gonna do that. Right?
Yeah, I would be very surprised if they ever did anything like that.
Well, I mean, Microsoft's done it now. They're going multi-platform. I feel like Microsoft, honestly, is going the way of Sega.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think they realize they're not gonna compete with Sony and Nintendo when it comes to console sales.
Yeah, I think they've admitted that.
Unfortunately, they have their selves to blame with the Xbox One launch, basically killing any momentum that they had with the 360.
Well, just because they marketed it poorly. They did do course correction, thankfully, but it wasn't enough.
What sucks, and I'll stand by this, is I think what Microsoft did was what I'm going to say Sony was probably planning on doing, and then they saw how bad it was, and they're like, never mind, we're not going to do that. Because everyone is trying to gear towards this, like, digital-only future and all that stuff. And I think that's what they were trying to do with Xbox One. They were like, when they announced, like, oh, you can't play used games. You can only play new games.
But here's the thing, and it's already happening. It's just not happening that way. Because that's what Game Pass is, and that's how, like, Microsoft's slowly getting away from physical releases on the Xbox as well. Like, they still justify it on PlayStation 5, which I'm going to say something with that. I'm actually going to get Gears of War Reloaded for PS5, and I want to test and see if the actual full game's on the disc. I know Desert Play is going to do it too, but I want to do it myself as well. Because Microsoft's getting away from doing physical releases. Like, look at Ninja Gaiden 4, and look at the Outer Worlds 2. Those are just codes in a box now.
And that's it. As I think Microsoft is a tech company first and foremost.
Exactly. Yes.
They're always going to be, and they know where the trends are going. They know where this is going. Whether that's good for gamers or it's bad for gamers, they know this is how things are progressing. So they were like, we're gonna make this. You can't buy used games. You have to buy new games, and that obviously did not go well at all, especially in that era where GameStop was still like a thing at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're like, all right, you know what? Well, our bad. We'll change our position on that. And then over the years, they're like, well, we're just gonna make it so now everything's digital. So you still can't buy new game or used games. You're buying digital. Which, I mean, if you're...
We're gonna get to that, James, in a second.
If you're a PC player, you never really bought used games too much.
Yeah, no, you're already used to this, because your games you buy on PC, it's just like it's on a disc or it's a CD key. And PC gamers adopted Steam, but then again, it's a PC. And a PC audience is different from a console audience.
But now you can definitely see that they're like, well, we're just gonna make Xbox is basically PCs. We're gonna make it so that everything's like a PC and it all runs like a PC, and we're gonna make it digital because everyone wants digital content. And the way that they know that is they're like, we're gonna get. They started with other things, right? Getting rid of CDs everywhere. Like, well, you can't buy physical CDs in pretty much any store. There's some stores that still sell them, but for the most part, you're not gonna find them. And then they're like, now movies. It's like, if you want physical movies, most places don't sell physical movies, so
You gotta look
you're gonna have
online
to
for
buy
that
it digitally now. Yeah. And now with games, they're like, well, they're digital now. Like, isn't that just easier? Because everyone wants convenience. There's so many people that are like, well, it's more convenient for me to just have it digitally than to like take up space with a box or something like that. And because they see these trends, whether people like it or not, where digital is becoming
Standard.
that's the standard. It's why would you own a physical copy when you just have it and you can watch it at any time? Because the common person is not they don't know about things getting taken away from them. But when it does happen to them, they freak out and they're like, why is this happening? And it's like, well, that's what you signed up for, dude.
Yeah,
like,
you agreed to this. No, I didn't. Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
You just didn't know it. Right?
Yeah.
But you're seeing
And
that trend kind of change slowly, at least with movies and music. Like, you're still seeing them release physical movies, just not as frequently. And apparently, physical music is making a comeback of sorts, which is very surprising.
It's very popular in vinyl. Vinyl
Yes.
is like the big thing, which to me is insane because people were like, why would I buy CDs? It takes up space. Vinyl takes up way more space, and if you have a lot of them, it's 10 times heavier. Like, I don't understand. Like, that argument is so stupid to me. And movies, I mean, yeah, you can still go to, like, Walmart sells physical movies, and you can buy them online.
Yeah, like your Amazons and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Which is what I've done actually for some movies and stuff. But it's almost like, do you think physical is basically becoming bougie?
I don't think that people consider it bougie. I think with music, yes. I think for a while with vinyl, it was like, dude, what? Like, you have to listen to it on vinyl. But now it's become so mainstream that like Targets don't sell physical media, but they sell vinyl. Like Target gets exclusive vinyl for a lot of things. But vinyl isn't always the same as what vinyl used to be, which is what people don't understand. Is that like vinyl now is basically just like listening to a CD. It's just in a bigger format, and you need a bigger player. And people are like, well, vinyl sounds better, and I'm like, it sounds better if you have a setup for it to sound better. But the average person buying the like $50 vinyl player that has speakers built into it, no, it's not going to.
No, that's not the right thing. You need the high quality headphones, and you need to plug it into that to really enjoy the thing. Because like this isn't back like say for our parents and stuff, because they collected vinyl. My parents did too, and they had like the big kind of like say cabinet speaker setups. To really make it stand out, because that's the thing. And I think the only way vinyl would sound better is that it's uncompressed compared to what CDs were, because CDs are compressed.
Yeah.
But do you want to talk about another weird thing with music that's making its comeback? Cassette tapes. That's another thing too. And I guess you need a tape player for that, and some people are getting tape players now, or is it just a novelty to have?
Some people I've been seeing, I see like TikToks about it every so often, but there's a lot of people that are trying to buy iPods because they are trying to escape Spotify. Because they're like, oh, you guys need to ditch Spotify, because the CEO of Spotify is like a terrible person, and they don't want to support him. But again, this is where it comes down to convenience, right? Now, it's for us, like, I mean, I grew up with an iPod. I had an iPod in high school, but this was also in a time where, I'm sorry, government, but it was a lot easier to get music back then. You could download music pretty much anywhere, and it was a lot easier to get.
Compared to what it is today. And it's kind of lame.
Now it's like getting like YouTube to MP3 things, or finding ways to download
to do
music
before.
off Spotify. Yeah. Where now it's a little bit harder in a sense, because it's not as available everywhere.
And you can't buy digital music anymore, like, or as much as you could before, because it's now like you need a Spotify account, you need an Apple ID or a YouTube Music account for stuff like that.
Yeah. And that's where like the convenience part comes in. Like, as I have Spotify, I use it every day. And there, like, say I wanted to, like, I'm going to go buy an iPod, and I'm going to fill up my iPod with stuff. That means I'm going to have to go out and buy CDs. I'm gonna have to buy a CD player from my computer so I can rip the CDs so I can put them on my iPod. Which again, we used to do all the time.
Yes,
But
exactly.
the problem now is trying to find CDs. So now I'm gonna have to buy them online. And if it's older stuff that I want to listen to, then I'm gonna have to find them on eBay or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then hope that they aren't scratched and that they come in good condition.
Yeah.
And so it's like, it's rough, man. Like movies, obviously, I like having a physical movie, especially because Netflix and all that take stuff off so frequently that like you'll see something on there and then a month later it's taken off and you're like, well, damn, dude. Like,
well, just like you had your chance, why didn't you watch it? Right? It's just like, no, again, it's just the idea of ownership. I like to own what I have. Like, I own this movie. I own a copy of this movie. This is mine. It's not like I'm at the mercy of a streaming service of like, oh, it could be taken away at any time. It's just like with like games and other things too. You just have a license. You're just borrowing it. That's essentially what we're doing with digital stuff. You're just borrowing it. Which because again, like James was saying, so when Overwatch 1 released on Switch, it was a go in the box. Yep. Nintendo has evolved that now. The frickin' game key cards.
Nintendo's been doing that for a while too, and I feel like listen, man, I'll as much as I try not to, I'll always be a Nintendo hater because I feel like Nintendo does stuff that other companies do and they don't get shit for it as much as like other places. Nintendo's been doing this shit for a long time and it's not I think the problem with Nintendo or what they get away with is that it's not always like their first party games that are doing it, but it's like
everything
all the
else outside of that.
Games. Yeah, because working at a retail store that sold Nintendo games, we would get people that would come up all the time, and I'd have to tell them like, listen, just so you know, this is not a cart. Like it's a code in the box.
Yeah,
they're downloading. And they're like, well, what do you mean? They're like, there's no game in here. It's just a code that they have to download. And they're like, well, how do I do that? I'm like, well, it's going to tell you how to do it. But you need to make sure you have enough space
on your system
and
you
Switch
have a good internet
to be able to install it. And they're like, well, that's dumb. And I'm like, well, I don't know what to tell you, man. That's Nintendo. Like, blame them.
Yeah, this is the way the industry's going with it. And like even some like speaking of that for third-party stuff, I noticed this like Ubisoft is doing that with their games too. It's like, okay, here's a physical disc or here's something. The whole thing's not on it. You have to download the rest. Why don't you just put the whole freaking thing on there? Right?
Yeah.
And then like Nintendo's evolved it with the game key cards. It's just, but apparently what I've been hearing with the game key card thing is that Nintendo is only offering two choices to people. You either buy a 64 gig card, or you buy like a 1 or 2 gig card or a smaller card, and you use that as your game key codes. And that's what most third parties are doing at this point. Because apparently cartridges are expensive, because that's something I heard during the Switch era too, is like for Switch 1, cartridges, they were pricey, and you had to pay a good bit for them, and now Nintendo's just narrowed it down to 2. But since it's first party, Nintendo probably doesn't charge that much to themselves for this. And that's why most of their games are going to come on cartridges. But the third party stuff, like that hasn't been selling well apparently. When it comes for like the game key codes, like the only third party stuff I think that sold well was Cyberpunk, because that was the full thing.
I mean, and this is just me. Like if there's a chance, like let's say Cyberpunk, which is a great like, so if you gave me the option to, what do you want to own Cyberpunk on? Do you want to own it on your Switch, your PS5, or do you want to own it on your PC? The Switch is like the last option I'm gonna choose. Like I'm gonna be like, why would I want it on the Switch? Like I'm gonna play it on a console if I'm gonna play it on a console, I'm gonna play it on a console that's gonna push it to the best that it can.
Exactly.
Or I'm gonna play it on my computer. And like I'll give Nintendo their flowers when it comes to making games look as good as they can on the Switch system. Now I haven't played the Switch 2, but I know that in terms of power, Nintendo's always behind when it comes to
performance and everything. Yeah,
what I hear a lot when it comes to new Switch games is always like, wow, they can make this look really good on the Switch, which is true, but it's like, it could be better. And in a world where you were just talking about it, where people are so crazy about how like I cannot play a game unless it looks really good and it runs at this and it does that, but then it's like unless it's a Nintendo game because
They will
it's
get a
Nintendo,
pass.
and yeah, like, and this is what I said. I'll be the biggest hater because they get away with so much because of nostalgia, and I'll call it what it is, man.
Mhm.
People just love like, well, this is what I grew up playing. I'm like, okay, but that doesn't make it
Excuse
okay.
the fact.
Yeah, like, yeah, when you have a launch title for the Switch 1 that still costs the same amount as it did on launch, that's ridiculous to me. Like, if I wanted to go out and buy Mario Kart 8 for the Switch and I'm
You're
still
still paying
dropping
full
like
price, yeah.
$40, $50, like, dude, no. This game is too old to still be.
Yeah,
This much
Nintendo games on sale have gone from like, you know, sometimes to rare and now to almost not at all. And that's really sad. And that's something we're going to be we are seeing like with Switch 1 and we're going to see that with Switch 2. If Mario Kart World, I will say this, if Mario Kart World or even the other new games that are coming out like Donkey Kong and Metroid Prime 4, if they go on sale for half, I will be shocked.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
doubt it.
like what? It's still what, $80 for Mario Kart World, which
It's
again,
$80 for you, and it's like $110 for us, and that's in Canada, and that's
Yeah.
expensive. Like even like Twilight, no, not Twilight. Tears of the Kingdom, the Switch 2 edition,
yeah,
is $115 here.
which is insane.
Yes, it is.
Like, like,
it is. It's all right, William. How are
Personally,
you
me,
doing? Continue.
if
Sorry.
you were, no, you're good. I like for me, I, and this is just because like, I don't play Mario Kart enough for me to justify going out and be like, I'm gonna spend $80 on Mario Kart World. Like, I in my head, like I would, and this is just me in general. If you were to tell me, hey, we're gonna remake Halo 3 and it's gonna be everything you remembered, just way better, but we're gonna charge you $80 for it, I would still be like, no, dude, I'm not spending $80 on Halo 3, even though it's like one of my favorite games of all time.
That's too much. You're asking too much for it.
Too much for the same thing is what's insane to me. And you
And,
can
like,
be like, well, Mario Kart World's open world, and I'm like, dude, it's Mario Kart, bro. Nothing has changed. It's the same thing.
It's open world and minor changes, you could say, for that. But you know, like James, like I haven't even got to Australia stuff because I know for you guys, like where it's there, those game prices are insane, and it's like, is that justifiable for those things? Like, I'm still gonna say this when it comes to a Switch 2. I would still want to get one, but I can wait. I can wait on getting that. I am in no rush at all for that system because PS5, Series X, and my PC, those are good enough.
I feel like with consoles lately, it's been pretty underwhelming when it comes to launches, where there's like
this gen specifically.
Yeah, there's nothing like, dude, I need to get this on launch.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you're right. Like with the Switch, when they were showing me everything for the Switch 2, I was like, dude, there's really nothing here that would make me want to go out and drop this money right now. Like, you basically wanted me to pay for like ports to the Switch 2
and
or Mario Kart, which is like, no.
And you know, like we said, and it's probably it's not gonna happen maybe in our lifetime, but I would like it to. I think Nintendo does need to go and put their stuff on other platforms. If you give them more power and potential, like the power of PC, or even what the PlayStation or Xbox has to offer, and then you put, say, Mario Kart World or Metroid Prime 4 on there, it would be insane. But Nintendo doesn't want to do that because they are their own experience, and they want you to experience, and they want to curate it their way, which I get that, but you also, I feel like we're now in a point where you need to put this out for other players to experience. You kind of need to broaden the horizons at this point.
I feel like, yeah, to me, I mean, because you obviously see it with Sony and you see it with Microsoft, where they're just like, we're going to put basically all of our exclusives on PC. Because I think...
Yeah. And you're seeing some of their games actually coming out on the Switch as well, too. Like, you had Cuphead, that I think Microsoft published, they put that there. And you're seeing some stuff from Sony as well. So it's happening, but it's just Nintendo's kind of the last one for this.
Like, yeah, I mean, personally, like, it would make sense in terms of like a Metroid game where it's like an action game where it's like, this would probably be killer to play on PC. Do I care if they were like, we're gonna release Mario Kart on PC? I'd be like, no, I don't care. Like, there's 1,000 racing games that I can play. It doesn't matter. But games like a Metroid, I think would be sick. Like if they were like, hey, we're gonna drop the Metroid Prime trilogy on PC, and you're gonna be able to play all of it in like a higher quality and do all this stuff, I think people would go crazy. But,
Instead of having to rely on emulators for that kind of stuff, right?
well, and that's the thing too, is I think they're really bad about being able to try to, like, if I want to go play Metroid Prime, I'm either having to go buy a GameCube and then find a copy of Metroid Prime, or I'm buying
That
the Metroid
remaster on
Prime
the Switch.
trilogy on the Wii or like on the Switch. Which is like, it's not viable. And that's kind of what we were talking about, I think, when you were streaming Silent Hill, and we were talking about like game prices for Silent Hill, like,
Which is ridiculous.
like I'm not gonna go drop $200 to play a game that came out like 20 years ago. Like I'm not gonna do that.
No, at that point, you're better off either, finding somebody who has a copy of the game, or you go the route of emulation at that point.
Yeah, I mean, and like I said, I when it comes to Nintendo, it's always a little bit different for me because I didn't grow up playing Nintendo, so like I don't really have any like nostalgic feelings for it. My only experience with Nintendo has always been with like Game Boys, and that was just for Pokemon and stuff like that.
Which,
So-
like those are fun. Those are still fun to this day. And like I'm curious about the new Pokemon game as well, but I'm like, it's just nostalgia at this point, right?
Yeah, I mean, when I used the Switch the most like 6 months ago when I was playing through what was it? Scarlet or Violet. I played through Violet.
Oh yeah, Scarlet and Violet, right?
Yeah. I was like, this is cool. And like I haven't used the Switch since. But again, like I don't think I'm definitely not the target audience for the Switch. I've had the Switch since launch. Like it came out and I've had it. But to me, because I didn't grow up playing Nintendo games, I don't think I personally just never care when new Nintendo games come out. Like, and I it's cool that people get hyped when they're like, dude, there's a new Legend of Zelda and there's a new this, but for me, I'm like, I don't care because I didn't play them growing up. So like, well, I'm not gonna get hyped for, just like how I would get hyped for a Halo game, and if people don't play Halo, they're not gonna get hyped for it. Like, it's the same thing. Like,
Yeah. Same idea.
I understand why people like it. I understand why it's big, but I also, like I said, I feel like Nintendo kind of gets away with a lot because
They're Nintendo,
they
basically.
were, it was, yeah, like this was my childhood, and I'm like, that's cool, dude, but
They need to be held to the same standards, basically.
if you're gonna get mad at Microsoft for doing digital codes, then get mad at them. And I think, luckily, with the Switch 2, there has been more of an uproar against the key cards and stuff like that. Like a lot of people are like, dude, that's bullshit. Why are you doing this?
Again, it's just the idea, and it's going back to like the idea of ownership and everything. Because again, the key card, like, it's there, but once the game, like, say the server shut down, which are going to happen, you can't get it anymore. So you basically just have a paperweight at that point.
Yeah, and at the same time too, and I think they're getting more mad about it now. I think there's more of an uproar because it is Nintendo, I think, now. Because you've seen it, when you've gotten games, it's pretty common with PlayStation 4 or 5, Xbox One, and Series X, where you're buying a game and it's not on the disc. Like, you're basically you
Or
put
like
the
it's
disc
not
in and
complete,
like,
yeah, and that's the thing.
yeah. And so it's been happening for us for 2 generations, but now that it's affecting Nintendo in a pretty big way, people are like, well, wait a minute, that's not fair. It's like, well, no, we're used to this now at this
Yeah,
point.
so
Like, this is, yeah.
And then that also leads into the other thing that's happening right now. You've heard about the Stop Killing Games initiative, right? Yeah?
Yeah, because I remember it's like they just passed 1 million.
Yeah, they passed 1 million votes for that, and then the other
Yeah.
one, which was 100,000 for the UK, so that's passed.
Yeah.
But they're trying to do buffers now to make it get to like at least 20% more, 20 maybe 30% more. But we're also living in that now, which I'm glad to see that, because we have to get the idea of like ownership, and if things go end of life and a lot of these digital things they disappear, it's like there should be a way to play these and get access to them somehow instead of having to always go like the pirated route. But this is something the company should be planning and they should be doing moving forward, because that's actually something I wanted to bring up with Diablo 4, because like that game's online only. You need to be online to play that thing. What happens when it shuts down and I want to play it in the future? You're telling me I can't do that anymore.
Yeah, I mean that's with when they announced the whole thing with Anthem, and one of the questions was, "Well, can I play it offline?" And they're like, "Well, the
Nope.
game's designed to be played online, so no." And I'm like, "What? No, you can absolutely make it so that it works offline. You're just choosing not to."
Yeah, you're choosing not to do that. And I feel like that's a no. You should make this work. Like, yes, the game's not great, but if people, like, say, if we wanted to play this somehow down the line, you should be able to make this work in an offline mode or do something for the multiplayer to make it work, like via a LAN or something. Because that's how we used to do multiplayer games. Do people not remember, like, PC LAN parties?
That's crazy. I was just talking about that the other day when I was talking about Army of Two, because the original...
Yeah, the original one, you can't play that online. You can only do split screen with it.
Yeah.
And same thing with 40th Day, I think, as well.
Yeah, and then I was talking about, there was some old, like, original Xbox games, which is crazy to think about how there's a whole generation of people that don't realize this is a thing. But a lot of times when you look at the back of, like, an original Xbox game, it would tell you, like, LAN players, like, 2 through 4 or something like that.
Yeah, that's right.
Because we used to run LAN parties for Halo 1 and Halo 2 with, like, multiple Xboxes and TVs all the time.
Yeah, no, that was a thing. And I remember seeing some of those pictures, and it's just like, we don't have that anymore. Because
the problem
even
is,
split screen's kind of gone, too, which is kind of sad.
Everything is digital, you know, everyone, it's like, well, it's easier to do it online. And one of the things I've wanted to do for a long time, and I've been trying to get my friends to do it, is because I had done it, the last time I'd done it was, I think it was when Black Ops 3 came out.
Okay.
When Black Ops 3 came out, I invited 2 of my friends. I was like, dude, bring your guys' Xboxes and your monitors to my house, and, like, let's just rage it up at my house and play multiplayer, like, together. Like, let's just have that experience of, like, we're all in the living
same room.
Yeah, like, it's because it's a different experience when you're playing with someone there than online. Like, online is great for people, obviously. Like, I can't just go over to your house, John, and be like, hey, dude, I'm gonna bring my Xbox and I'm gonna go play King of Fighters.
It's gonna be an expensive trip.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
which is great to, like, connect people that way. But I've been trying to get my friends to do that, and they're like, dude, I don't want to unplug my stuff. And I'm like, bro, because my friends, one of them's my age, and I'm like, bro, we used to do this with, like, CRT monitors and big ass computers.
Yeah.
And now things are so much smaller and easier to carry, and they're like, well, I don't want to bring that. I'm like, dude, like, come on, man. Like,
it's not being fun anymore, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I need to make a drink and a toast to, like, LAN parties and everything, or even just, like, local play for that stuff. So cheers.
Yeah, dude, cheers, man, because it's so fun, bro. Like, it's such a different experience when you're playing with people in the same room. Like, a good example was when the beta for Modern Warfare 3 had dropped for the newest version of Modern Warfare 3, and it's all like the Modern Warfare 2 maps. I had downloaded it, and I was in the living room, and it was on PlayStation, I think, and it was me, my wife, and 2 of my friends that were over at the time. And I was like, dude, you guys want to try out the beta for Modern Warfare 3? Because it's, like, all old MW2 maps. And they're like, yeah, dude. And we were, like, taking turns, like, each game passing the controller around and, like, playing different matches. And I was like, dude, this is so fun. Like, this feels like classic, like, we're all just chilling.
Like, we're all just hanging out,
together.
you know,
Yeah.
doing that kind of thing. We don't really have that much anymore. Like, and I understand the distance is a problem. Like, you and I can't do this because we live too far. Like, I mean, if we could just get together and play, like, say, COD or King of Fighters or something like that, like, I think it'd be more fun for us to play, say, KOF side by side with each other, because we can just have that interaction. That's more fun. That's how games used to be.
Yeah.
You had no idea about LAN parties? Yeah, okay. We're making you feel young. We're gonna make us feel old for this. Because this was a thing. Even when I played PC games back in the day, like, say, like some Doom or Quake or something, like, we would take over sometimes when we had free time in the computer labs at school. Oh, hey, here, pass around this copy of Quake 3 Arena. Let's all play LAN. And we played LAN during, like, computer science. And that was so much fun.
We would do the same thing at school with Counter-Strike 1.6. We would all
that
have
was
it
another
on
popular one at the time,
we'd
too.
have it on a flash drive. Yeah, and we'd plug the flash drive into the computers, and we'd all be playing.
I remember one I brought to school. Like this was like when I was figuring out about emulation and everything at the time. I brought Metal Slug 3 to school, and I played that. And then I lent it to a friend. They did that. They lent it to their friends, and then Metal Slug started being passed around, and it's like, okay, cool. Like this is fun. Why can't we do stuff like that anymore? You're all in the room. You're playing this thing together.
For like, I want to say 2 or 3 birthdays in a row, I would have Halo LAN parties at my house for my birthday. So I would have like 8 to 10 people spending the night at my house, and it was I think like 3 TVs, and it would be like my Xbox, my cousin who lived across the street from me would bring his Xbox, and then I would have like one of the friends that was spending the night bring theirs. So we would all like LAN up and play Halo across 3 TVs. And I'm like, bro, the experience of playing Halo with like 8 to 10 people all in the same room is so like unmatched. Like we used to do a lot with StarCraft.
Yeah.
Like StarCraft was a big one because StarCraft was so easy to burn copies and just put in random numbers for a BattleNet activation code.
That was one of the things with PC stuff back in the day. They weren't really that well protected, but even sometimes, even if you use the same key, you can use it multiple times, especially if you're doing like LAN play, because it doesn't matter.
Yeah, so we would all on like old Windows 98 computers and like Windows XP.
Oh
computers.
Man, I remember those.
Yeah, be like playing StarCraft in like a bedroom. My cousins, when they moved out and they had their own apartments, I'd go and like take my stuff to their apartment, and it was it's unmatched, bro. And I think like a lot of I actually got stoked because one of my cousin's kids, as I followed them on Instagram, and they had posted something on the picture on their story, and they're like game night with the boys, and it was like them and 3 of their friends, and they were all playing Minecraft in the same room. I'm like, dude, let's go, bro. Like that's what it should be. You all need to be gaming together. Yeah, not like
like even another thing, like it didn't have to be multiplayer stuff. Like I actually remember one time, like I had like a couple of friends over too, like it was like maybe 6 or 7 people. We all just basically sat in my room and we all just watched Grand Theft Auto 3 on the PC, and we all just kept playing it and taking turns on it that way. Like that's one thing we did, and like that's fun in and of itself. Or it's like, you know, I'll have Grand Theft Auto 3 running in my room, someone's playing that, and then I'm in the living room with, say, a buddy, and we're just playing Burnout 3 Takedown split screen together. Like that's fun. You could do stuff like that before, and you don't see that happen a lot either.
I remember going over to my friend's house and playing Marvel vs. Capcom 2 at his house all the time. It'd be like me, him, and like 2 other friends, and we'd all be taking turns playing Marvel vs. Capcom like that. And then I remember when my friend he was the only one in our friend group that had a Dreamcast, and we used to play Power Stone at his house all the time.
Oh man.
And I was like,
I've never played those games before.
Dude, Power Stone, it's such a fun fighting game. It was so different at the time, and it was so especially when you're playing with like 3 other people, because I think it was 4 players.
Yeah, it was a 4-player game.
Yeah. And so it's like, dude, like getting a group of friends and all just going at each other and like Power Stone, or like I don't know if you ever played like Fusion Frenzy on the Xbox.
I've seen it. I never played it though, but I know that was like a good party game. The Fusion Frenzy is
such a fun party game, especially for like at the time when like really the only party game was like Mario Party and stuff like that.
And we know party games ruin friendships.
Yeah, it was so good. And yeah, dude, like I remember my cousin when he had moved out, this was like peak like Xbox 360, like we used to play, it'd be like Halo 2 online a lot, and then like Halo 3. When he moved out in his apartment, I remember going to his apartment all the time, and we'd be playing like split screen Halo online all the time, and like doing stuff like that. And yeah, like one of the, like how you were saying about like single player games, the first time I ever played Guitar Hero 2 and I got addicted to it was at the time I bought a PS3, and I had a God of War 3, and my friend who actually introduced me to God of War, he didn't have a PS3 at the time, and I was like, dude, do you want to like come over to my house?
We'll just hang out and play.
Yeah. And he's like, yeah, dude. He's like, I'll bring Guitar Hero 2. And I was like, oh, I've never played it. He's like, dude, it's awesome. So he brought Guitar Hero 2 over, and at the time in my room I had like 2 TVs because
Mm-hmm.
me and my cousin would play all the time. So like he was on one TV playing God of War 3, I was on the other just jamming out on Guitar Hero 2 all night, and like he spent the night and we spent the entire day just like he just played God of War, I just played Guitar Hero, but we were still chilling in the same room, and it was like
you're having different experiences, but you're still like in the same room together. Like even if you don't talk as much, you're still there. You're playing together. It's in like one whole space.
Yeah. The first time I ever saw Resident Evil that I remember seeing it, I was at a friend's house and he had it for PlayStation 1. Because at the time I lived in this apartment complex, and a bunch of my friends all lived in that same complex that I went to school with.
Yeah.
So we would always meet up at someone's house, and we would meet up at my friend's house, and he had a modded PS1. And so he always had like burned games and stuff.
Right.
He's
Yeah,
like,
that was
dude,
the way
I
to
just
do
got,
it.
it's like, I got Resident Evil 2, and I was like, all right. I remember being so scared when I was a kid watching him play it, but I was like, dude, this is awesome. Like all sitting around just watching someone play like a single player game, and like you're experiencing it like together, and
Like even if you're not the one playing it, you're just watching the experience. And like I guess that's what streaming does as well in a sense too. Like I'm playing it, you're watching it. We're still experiencing it together, but it's not the same as if we were all in a room together doing the same thing, right? Because I think that's what really makes it special.
100%. And that's like, I haven't done it in a very long time, and I've been trying to figure out the setup to make it work, but this was a while ago. I did a stream at my apartment where I had like 5 or 6 of my friends over, and we were doing like a card opening stream. So like I had all of my friends, I was like, just bring booster packs or whatever you want to open, and we're all just going to take turns opening up cards on stream. And I had it set up where people that weren't opening cards were playing GameCube games. I had the GameCube on, so it was like the main screen on Twitch was GameCube, and then I had the webcam that was like
On
showing
a corner
all
screen
of us
or
hanging
something,
out.
right?
Yeah, and then another small webcam that would show us opening up cards. And I was like, this was like the funnest thing in the world, to just have 6 people all in the room, all like hanging out, gaming, opening up cards. And I was like, because I was like, I wanted to stream like the experience of what it used to be like when you were like hanging out and playing games with people
and doing things together.
Yeah.
And like they're still fun today. It's just like we don't get to do it as much because of, unfortunately, distance is a problem.
You know, distance, people have work, they have responsibilities,
and
some
timing is
people
also
have,
another problem with that too.
Yeah. Especially as you get older, like, because I just turned 34, so you get people that get like, they have kids, they can't just do whatever they want all the time.
No, they can't, because the kids basically become the priority at that point, which is understandable.
Yeah.
The GameCube is still an awesome system. I still have mine, and I'm not going to get rid of it, especially with the games that I have for it. But it's also...
I bought a GameCube right before retro gaming surged in prices.
Oh, yeah.
I bought a game... I walked into GameStop as they were trying to get rid of GameCube stuff. They were like, we just need to get rid of it. Like, we don't want it in stores anymore. And I was like, do you guys have any? And they're like, yeah, we have some. They're like $50. And I was like, all right, I'll buy a GameCube. So I bought one. I bought like
a used one or a new one?
A used one.
Okay.
Yeah. Because this was still like the 360 and stuff was out. It was
that's right. So it was around that time. So they were trying to clear out old stock.
Clear out all the old stuff. And so I went in. I was like, yeah, do you guys have one? Like, we have a black one. I was like, I'll take it. And they're like, yeah, it's $50. I bought like 10 games for it because they were like stupid cheap. And then I was like, all right, deuces. Now
look at how much it is today. You can still find them around. It's just they're kind of ridiculously priced. Like, I mean, just to sound old and maybe make you feel bad a little bit, I remember, like, because I bought a GameCube new at the time during Boxing Day here in Canada, and they were selling them for like, I think $70, and they just had like a shelf just dedicated directly to GameCube stuff. Here, buy it. It's $70. Let loose. And I'm like, that's insane. And then getting the games for it, like those games have become like well known, and they've surged in pricing. Like, that's one thing I'll give credit to Switch 2 for at least putting in GameCube emulation, even though it needs work. It's there, and at least it's being recognized. But the idea of, like, getting retro stuff today, Spicy, you'd agree, it's too freaking expensive.
It's hard. It's definitely...
It's an investment.
Yeah. You can find, like, obviously some of the more less popular games for, like, a decent price, but anything where, like, when people are like, you need to play this game, like, the popular games, those are the ones that are always going to be hard to get.
And I always find, and I think we can be guilty of this too, because sometimes we've mentioned this, like, whenever we stream or with our videos, like, we don't have as much of an impact, I would say, as the bigger streamers and, like, YouTubers and stuff, but if we say there's a must-play, do you find it just magically goes up in price?
100%.
Yeah. And that's insane. That's dumb. And that's the other thing. Having money these days is not as easy as it used to be.
No, man. Everything's way more expensive now, so it's hard to get stuff. Like, I was lucky when I was getting into game collecting, I bought a lot of stuff right before the crazy surge started happening. Now, like, trying to buy anything retro is pretty rough. I used this example once before. I went to a retro game store and I bought a PS1 for $10.
Which is insane.
Because they were like, yeah, we have a ton of them. Like, we're just getting rid of them. I was like, all right, cool, $10. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, you can't
now
argue with
you're
that.
spending like $50, $60 on a PS1. It's like, why? Like, why would I spend $60 on a PS1? Like, that makes no sense.
Yeah, because, like, that's insane. Like, here's the thing I would say when it comes to systems. If you're paying the same prices as they were for launch or more today, that's not worth it.
No.
That is not worth it at that point.
Well, so this is actually funny because this was a while ago. You guys were talking about playing Operation Raccoon City on the PS3.
Yeah, no, like, that's still going to happen, at least between Sin, Goto, and I, but it's just... we just don't have the timing for it right now. That's it.
And so I was like, dude, that'd be sick. And I was like, I need to get a new PS3 because I have like the original, like OG fat PS3 that was like PS2 backwards compatible.
Yeah, so you have actually one of the
like,
rare ones.
Yeah, and that one, but it's like, bro, it's like, please, dude. Like, the fans get really loud. It gets really hot. So I'm like, I'm not using it often because I'm like, I don't know how long this thing's gonna last.
But you would say it's in need of a cleaning, so...
Yeah, and it's old, you know? I mean, the old PS3s are already, like, they have the... What was it? That little yellow light thing that would happen?
The yellow light of death, basically. I remember on the old... At least on, like, those fat ones. I know the Slims and the Super Slims, they had something different, I think.
So I was trying to look into buying, like, a Slim PS3, because I was like, well, I'll buy a Slim PS3, because there are games on the PS3 that I'd like to, like, play that you can't necessarily just play on like newer consoles.
Yeah, exactly.
But people are trying to sell them for like $120, and I'm like, come on, bro. Like, but what I'm seeing is they're like $120 and it doesn't come with anything, and I'm like,
no, that's bad.
Yeah, so now I have to go buy a controller, and they're like, they don't come with any of the cables, which the cables are not hard to find.
Because yeah, you just need an HDMI common. And like a power cable, but even
then
like those are maybe a little hard to acquire sometimes.
I'm more worried about, I'm like, well, if you don't have any cables for it, how do you even know it works?
Exactly.
So, like, I'm gonna spend $120 and hopefully that it works. Like,
and I'm like, no, that's not the case. Like, I actually saw one at a thrift shop for like $80, but no cables, no controller, no nothing. And they said, and I don't think it said it was tested.
Yeah, like, to me, that's just, it's hard to just be like, yeah, dude, like, I'll drop this and it's not tested, and I don't have this and I don't have that, and it's like, well, no, like, I don't want to risk that money.
Yeah, no, when it comes for systems, like, I would be a little more hesitant of buying them online. Like, if anything, I would rather go to, like, the shops. Like, go to the shops that, like, you were mentioning one, too, that you went to earlier today. Like, if they had a system there, can I test this? Can I just see if it works? And then go from there, right?
Yeah, the only problem that I've noticed, especially, like, where I live, resale culture is huge where I'm at, and it's so everywhere. Like, any shop you go to has stuff pretty overpriced, where I'm like, dude, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna spend that much money just because you're trying to make money. Like,
Yeah.
I know it's not worth that much, and I'm not gonna spend.
You're
it.
basing it off of eBay prices or video, or I
Yeah.
guess the charting prices for what they are.
And
Is,
it's
is
like-
it bad to say that I want things to crash?
Dude, I've been waiting because it's like, I think it sucks for people that like,
Want to get into
because
it?
before, yeah, like, if you wanted to go out and try to buy, you know, something that was older, you know, you can't because you're spending still a lot of money. Where it's like, well, why am I going to spend money on this when I can just buy something new? But even at the same time, I can't afford what's new, and now I can't afford what's old. So like, what am I supposed to do?
You're basically stuck in this catch-22. It's just like, okay, fine, I have to find someone who has this stuff, and maybe they'll be nice enough to let me borrow it, but even then, that's kind of risky. So it's just like, you can't win.
Yeah.
But I do kind of want things to crash, like, not only in, like, the AAA space, with what's going on and how insane things are becoming, but also in, like, the retro space. I think things need to calm down. They need to become more reasonable. Like, I mean, with our collections, like, yes, that maybe drops value, but are we ever in an instance where we are going to sell our stuff right now? No,
Yeah,
I
I
don't
mean-
think so.
No, I mean, obviously, if things were to happen where it's like, well, shit, I need some money, and like,
Then
I
that's
know
different
I
at that
stuff.
point.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
But yeah, it just sucks, man. We live in such a weird time where like everyone's trying to just make money. They're trying to hustle and do all, which I get. Like, you know, it's hard.
I understand.
But at the same time, like resale culture and like scalpers and stuff, it's like it makes things like having hobbies is so hard now because everyone's just trying to make money off of your hobbies.
Mhm.
So like that's why I don't really collect cards too much anymore, because I'm like, dude, I'm not gonna go out and buy, like, try to fight people to get some Pokemon cards because they're trying to resell them and make double the money that they paid for it. I'm not gonna like buy resale priced Pokemon cards
Because
and,
that's
like,
insane. And it's the same
Yeah.
thing like with hardware too, like with video cards for PC stuff. That's dumb. Why would you do that?
yeah.
And I remember this was a thing that happened with like the PS5 and Xbox Series X, like remember during COVID times? That was a dark period.
Yeah, I was working at Best Buy when that happened, and the only reason I got a Series X was someone canceled their order.
Mhm.
And I was like, I'll buy this right now if you let me buy it. And they're like, yeah, okay. So I bought it because I was like, I don't know when I'll have another chance to buy it. I'm just going to scoop it up now. But
Yeah,
if
that
someone
was-
hadn't canceled their order, I would have never got one.
That was the case with me, at least I know with like PS5, because like I know Best Buy, like online they put the pre-orders up, and I was working at the time. I was like, no, I'll just wait a couple hours. I'll just wait a few hours, and then I managed to score one, and then like maybe an hour later, all pre-orders were sold out.
Yeah.
And then like Xbox is just like, if you wanted to get a system at that point, you're on a waiting list. You have to wait
Yeah.
to get one of those things. So you're lucky when you got yours at the time. I would say that for sure.
Yeah, it was peak, like when it was impossible to get, and someone had just canceled it, and I was like, I'll buy this right now, and they're like, yeah, okay. So
It's just like, okay, done.
it up.
Here you go.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, it was like right around my birthday, and I remember I called my wife, and I was like, there is an Xbox Series X here, and I want to get this for myself as a birthday present because, like, I don't know when I'll find another one. And she's like, yeah, that's fine. She's like, I haven't gotten you a present yet, so I'll just pay for half of it. I'm like, bet, sounds great.
It's just like,
I
okay,
was
done.
like,
We'll do this, right?
Yeah.
You know, at least she
Yeah.
was willing to like split that with you too, which was cool.
Yeah.
But you know, just the world we live in today when it comes to this stuff, it's not the same as it used to be. Like, I understand things change, but this hasn't changed for the better. And it hasn't even stayed the same, which I would have been okay with. It's just, it's gotten progressively worse. And I feel like it's going to get much more worse before we see something like a reprieve or something in the future.
Yeah.
It's just sad.
It's rough, man. It's definitely rough.
But, I mean, I guess we have to make do with what we got, though, right?
100%, man.
But, alright, maybe we should call it for now, because we've been just been talking for, like, I don't know how long. But, I mean, it's stuff worth discussing, right?
Oh, yeah, man.
We need to. But I'm glad you could hang out with me and talk about this, because
Yeah, dude.
it's fun. And I know you do this sometimes with your streams too, right?
Where I just talk for like 2 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. But hey, you know what? It's one way to pass the time, and it makes for interesting conversations with people.
Yeah, man.
But I will say, for those watching that don't know, where can they find you?
Yeah, I'm on Twitch, twitch.tv/spicydoom. On Twitter also, Spicy Doom. Yeah.
And don't worry, there is spicy stuff there. Maybe not as spicy as you're thinking of not safe for work content, but that's fine. No, that's a different place entirely.
Yeah, gonna start the should be starting Resident Evil on Tuesday. So
You're starting with Resident Evil 1, right?
Mhm.
Okay, nice. I will have to make sure to tune in for that because I want to see you play through those games. Those games are so much fun.
yeah, I've never played any of the original Resident Evil games. I've only played 2 and 3 remake.
So this is gonna be new for you.
Yeah.
Which, that's interesting to me because I love the originals, the original RE2 and 3. Those are the ones I grew up with. I like the remakes, but the originals are still the best to me. So it's going to be curious to see a new player, like, go through that. So I'm curious to see what your thoughts are with it.
Yeah.
I think I'll maybe do something like that in October. I want to do a build-up towards Requiem when that comes out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of... I know I'm for sure playing, like, 1 through 8. Like, that's what I want to play.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'll, like, venture out and play, like, the side games, but...
I think there's
sure,
maybe
at least
only one. Like, I started playing it, but I never finished it. And that's Code Veronica.
Well, I mean, like, and I'm talking about, like, there's so many. There's, like, Resident Evil 0, and then...
Zero is
Code
actually a
Veronica,
mainline game, honestly.
And then there's...
Survivor, there's Outbreak, there's
there's Outbreak File 1, File 2, there's Resident Evil Revelations 1, Revelations 2.
Umbrella Chronicles and
Umbrella
Darkside
Chronicles.
Chronicles. I actually want to try those because those look like fun light gun games.
There's Resident Evil Dead Aim, which is the light gun
PS2
game
one,
for
yep.
PS2.
That was a
Resident
sequel,
Evil
I think, to Survivor, I think it was.
Yeah. Survivor. There's
Raccoon City.
Raccoon City, which is funny because, like, Raccoon City I played through actually already.
Oh,
I've
really?
played through Revelations 1 and 2.
I've only done 2. I haven't done 1 yet. I need to play through that.
I played through 1 on either the 360 or the Xbox One, I think. I can't remember which one.
It came out on both, I think.
Yeah, I know I don't remember if I played it on which one I played it on, but I know I played on one of them.
You liked Revelations?
Yeah, Revelations is cool because you're on the ship the whole time.
That's right.
And then Revelations 2, I don't remember Revelations 2 as much, only because I was playing it as they were releasing it in episodes, so like there was a little bit of time between each one. That actually, Resident Evil Revelations 1 and 2 were one of the first games that I streamed when I started Twitch.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
So that brings back memories. So that's memories there. I actually know with Revelations 2, I played that with a buddy who doesn't like Resident Evil controls
Oh.
and all that stuff. So we played that game cooperatively, but I had him play as what was the other girl's name?
I don't remember her name, but I know what you're
Moira,
talking about.
I think it was. Maya? I'm gonna look. But I had him play her because since he doesn't have to do shooting, he can just control the flashlight.
Oh yeah, because it was like the girl was with you the whole time. I'm kind of remembering it now. I feel like I've played Revelations 1, like I feel like I've played that more. I think I started
Moira.
it once.
Moira Burton is her name, yeah, because that was Barry Burton's daughter.
Yeah.
That's right. So anyway, continue, sorry.
No, you're good. Because I think I started Revelations 1 once, and then I never finished it, and then I went back and finished it. So I remember more of Revelations 1 because I played it more.
Yeah.
Because I remember I played it on stream, and then I think I started again on either 360 or Xbox One, but I was playing it on... I was making a YouTube video. I was doing a Let's Play of it. That's why I played it again. But yeah, right now I know for sure I'm focusing on at least 1 through 8. I might throw 0 in if I can get it to work, because I remember I had an issue with 0 before on my Xbox. But...
Yeah, I
And
actually
then-
know if you have that remaster, if you have that, that HD collection with the remasters of 0 and 1, that might be the best way to actually play it then.
Well, so that's what I have, but for some reason, I have it on disc, and Resident Evil 0 would not let us get past a certain point. Like, the game was just like, would kind of freeze, and it wouldn't let me get past something.
Oh, okay. It wasn't a progression issue, it was a technical issue.
No, yeah, so I don't know why, and I don't know, this was like years ago, but, yeah, I mean, I think it'd be cool to play through those, and then apparently there is a way. I'm a big like achievements guy. I really like getting Xbox achievements.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently there's a way to get, because it's on Game Pass, if you switch the region to Japan, you can play through Resident Evil 2 and 3 Remake, where it's like the Z edition, I think is what it's called.
Yeah.
Which was like a Japan exclusive, and you can basically replay the games and get achievements for them because it's a whole different game. So I was like, well, maybe I'll just play through the remakes again too and get those and play that, because my friend really wants me to play Resident Evil 4. I haven't played through it yet, and I have Remake, so...
Mm-hmm. I liked
we'll
4. 4 was good, but... Yeah, no, like, I feel like the Remake is better, but I do have some quirks with it. But when you get to those, maybe we should have a talk about that at some point.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I want to play through all of them, same like you, at least 1 through 8, and then possibly 0 and Code Veronica before Requiem comes out, because I love the franchise, and I'm very excited and happy to see Resident Evil 9. And they're actually doing something, like, interesting with it.
Mm.
But yeah, you said Tuesday is when you're going to start RE1, right?
Yes, Tuesday, I'll start RE1.
I'll have a question for you for that. Since you know RE1 and RE2 have multiple campaigns in it, are you going to play all the campaigns, or are you just going to play, like, just one character?
I don't know. I thought it was funny that when you boot the game up, it asks if it's like, are you playing as, because it's Chris and
Jill for RE1,
Jill? Yeah. And they're like, Jill is easy, Chris is hard. And I was like, oh. But
yeah, there's only like minor differences, but at least when you start with, like, I'll spoil that for you, okay? When you start with Jill starts with a pistol and has 8 inventory slots.
Yeah.
Chris starts with a knife and has only 6 inventory slots. But Chris, you get a pistol pretty fast with Chris. It's the only real issue is just the inventory space. That's something you have to work with, because Chris has less compared to Jill.
Yeah, I haven't decided like if I was gonna play through. I'd have to assume, for me, it's really gonna be on how much I enjoy playing the game. Like, if I enjoyed playing 1 enough on 1, then I'd be like, all right, cool, I'll play through the second campaign.
Yeah.
But if I don't enjoy it enough where I'm gonna want to play through it again, I'll just be like, you know what, I played through it once, I'm good. I'll just play the next one.
Then I would say, honestly, start with Jill. Start with Jill. If you like it, then play with Chris.
Yeah.
Then go with Chris at that one. When it comes to RE2, though, that's a little bit different, because there's a canon story route you gotta take with that one.
Mm-hmm.
But, worry about that later.
Yeah.
But, I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, man. It's gonna be fun.
But no, I will leave you to it, so it'll be on Tuesday, though. But
thank
you for hanging out. Thank you for playing.
Yeah, man.
We'll do some more of this soon. Maybe we'll do some more KOF as well, and you could just practice up and play some more. But we should try some Mortal Kombat as well. But I'll keep you posted when that's happening.
For sure, bro.
Okay, thank you. You have a good night, my friend.
You too, dude.
And everybody, thank you for watching. It was fun. I'm glad you could join us for this. But yeah, no, basically the idea was I just wanted to get some footage that I'm going to have made for a channel trailer, so I'm going to go through and edit that out here too. But this was just kind of like off the cusp, and it's fun to do stuff like this. I'm glad you could all come by and hang out, and I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on things too. So let me know in the comments below if you're watching this on YouTube, and if you're also watching the archive, like the video, subscribe to the channel, and thank you for taking time out of your day to watch this thing. It means a lot. So again, we will take our leave here. So until next time, everybody, stay safe, And I will see you in the next one.